Quantum shifting isn't complicated. That's the problem. As Carl Jung once said, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Today, I invite you to look within and realize that the shift you've been searching for isn't as complicated as your mind has made it. Quantum shifting happens not when you force, chase, or struggle, but when you finally allow yourself to be still and aligned. Imagine what could change in your life if you stopped complicating what was meant to be simple. Have you ever noticed that the biggest breakthroughs often come in the quietest moments? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your experience might be the key that inspires someone else's awakening. 1. The shift is a subtle moment, not a long struggle. The idea that transformation must be the result of endless effort is one of the greatest illusions of our time. People often imagine that only through years of meditation, countless rituals, or tireless attempts at self-improvement can they access real change. Yet true quantum shifting is far more subtle. It is not earned by struggle, but revealed in an instant, the very moment you stop fighting with life. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This points to the hidden truth. The instant you stop forcing, doubting, and chasing, the unconscious loses its grip and a door opens that has been there all along. The universe does not respond to desperation. It responds to presence. It is not when you push harder or repeat affirmations with clenched fists that the shift arrives. It comes when your inner world becomes still, when intelligence and spiritual wisdom meet in silence. Albert Einstein once reminded us, everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Quantum shifting is exactly this kind of simplicity, and that is what confuses the ego most. The ego thrives on complication, insisting that the path must be difficult to be valuable. Yet the truth is that the most powerful transformation is available in the quiet surrender of this very moment. Think about the times you let go in your own life. When you stopped obsessing over love, the right person appeared. When you released fear around money, opportunities surfaced as if out of nowhere. These were not coincidences. They were moments of alignment. Jung observed the same in his clinical practice. Breakthroughs emerged when patients finally released the pressure to control everything. The psyche, freed from the weight of striving, naturally shifted into a higher state. In your own journey, the leap does not wait on perfection, but on surrender. The problem is that the mind resists this simplicity. It whispers, "It cannot be this easy." And in believing that, you miss the doorway. Quantum shifting is not about adding more techniques or seeking hidden secrets. It is about peeling away what is false, noticing that the shift is already here. As Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Awakening is not a distant destination, but a change of state that happens the moment you stop resisting and start trusting. Comment below. I embrace the subtle shift. If you're ready to experience the power of transformation without the struggle. 2. Simplicity triggers resistance. Simplicity is the very thing the ego cannot stand, because the human mind has been conditioned to believe that value comes only through struggle, sacrifice, and endless effort. Carl Jung reminded us that until the unconscious is made conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. And so when life suddenly offers an effortless path, the ego feels attacked, as if its entire identity is crumbling. To the ego, ease is suspicious, too good to be true. And so people unconsciously sabotage the very grace they once prayed for, pushing away the answers they long to receive. In spirituality, this paradox repeats again and again. The doorway is open, the light is near, and yet the ego mistrusts it because it is simple. Quantum shifting does not require years of forcing or endless complicated techniques. It happens in a single moment of surrender, the instant you stop chasing and start allowing. Life is like water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the faster it slips away. But when you relax, it stays. That is why the ego fears simplicity, because its survival depends on convincing you that only through pain and effort will you ever arrive. But the truth is that alignment is what creates transformation, not strain. The universe does not reward your suffering. It responds to your frequency, and simplicity is the frequency of trust. In modern life, this resistance shows up everywhere. People chase job titles, achievements, relationships, and endless healing methods, believing that the harder they try, the closer they will be to fulfillment. Yet often, they only feel emptier. Think of the times you distrusted an opportunity or relationship because it felt too easy, only to later realize it was exactly what you needed. The ego whispers that simplicity is nonsense. But as Jung noted, the pendulum of the mind swings between sense and nonsense, not right and wrong. What seems too simple to the ego may be the highest wisdom to the soul. Simplicity is not laziness, it is alignment. The river does not strain to reach the ocean. It flows naturally because that is its essence, and you do not have to earn your worth through endless resistance. When you stop overcomplicating what is already flowing, you allow spiritual awakening to reveal itself. This is the quiet power that the ego cannot grasp. When you stop fighting reality, reality begins to fight for you. The soul does not thrive on struggle, but on surrender. And in that surrender, doors open quickly that once seemed permanently locked. Simplicity is not the absence of effort, it is the presence of clarity. And when you trust that clarity, the shift happens effortlessly. Leave your like, subscribe to spiritual wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights that awaken your mind. Remember, simplicity is the doorway to your greatest shifts. Type in the comments, "I embrace simplicity and allow abundance into my life." 3. The field responds to clarity and frequency, not effort. The field responds to clarity and frequency, not effort. And this principle shows us that true spirituality and spiritual development are not about how much you push yourself, but about how clean and coherent your inner state is. Many people live believing that breakthroughs only come through endless strategies, complex techniques, and constant hustle. But the truth is that the universe mirrors back the quality of your inner signal, not the quantity of your actions. When your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are simple, clear, and aligned, life flows naturally, and opportunities arrive without strain. Just as a radio only delivers music when tuned to the right frequency, your reality shifts only when your vibration is free from static. Carl Jung often reminded us that the inner world creates the outer one, and when your unconscious is aligned, the outer reality cannot resist but follow that alignment. You may recall moments when no matter how hard you worked, nothing seemed to move forward. And yet, in other times, when you acted with ease, everything unfolded smoothly. This is not coincidence, but the result of energetic clarity. The ego complicates what is simple, making you believe more effort equals more results. But in spirituality, the reverse often proves true. Simplicity is not weakness, it is strength. When your inner field is uncluttered, you become magnetic to the shifts you seek. Instead of adding more, you allow what is essential to shine. It is like water in a lake. The more you stir it, the more distorted the reflection becomes. But when it is still, the truth of the reflection reveals itself. This lesson invites you to stop forcing and start aligning. Transformation is not born of chaos, but of coherence. You do not need to abandon your goals, but you must learn to approach them from a calm and centered state, rather than a frantic and scattered one. Spiritual development asks you to be less of a chaser and more of a receiver, less concerned with proving effort and more focused on radiating clarity. Every time you breathe deeply, release doubt, and return to your center, you broadcast a frequency the field cannot ignore. The shift you desire is not delayed by lack of effort. It is delayed by lack of clarity. Your task each day is to clear your inner space. That may come through meditation, journaling, prayer, or even quiet moments in nature where your thoughts settle. As your energy becomes coherent, you discover that life bends with ease, because the field is always listening to your vibration. The signal you send is what returns to you, and that is why simplicity is not only powerful, but essential. By keeping your inner world aligned, you unlock a quantum shift that strategy alone could never deliver. The field does not respond to how much you struggle. It responds to how clearly you shine. 4. Your unconscious broadcast, conscious intention. Your unconscious broadcast will always outweigh your conscious intention, because the field reads your embodied frequency, not just the words you speak. It feels what you are, especially when no one is watching. And this is why subconscious scarcity or doubt easily overrides affirmations. You can say, "I am abundant," 1,000 times. But if deep down your energy still vibrates with fear or lack, the universe mirrors that hidden vibration back to you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens when your unexamined beliefs quietly rule your reality. The truth is that your unconscious is like a radio tower, constantly broadcasting your real state of being. Every belief, every wound, every hidden fear sends out a signal, and that signal determines what you tune into in life. Your conscious mind may speak intentions and repeat affirmations, but the subconscious never lies, and its signal always overrides the noise of words. Intelligent spiritual wisdom begins with noticing this hidden broadcast and aligning it with the reality you want, because what you resist truly does persist, and what you embody, you attract. The ego complicates this process because it does not want to surrender. It thrives on struggle, on proving worthiness, on collecting spiritual techniques as if salvation is a checklist. But quantum shifting is not complicated. It happens in an instant, the very moment you stop forcing, stop doubting, stop chasing, and simply allow yourself to harmonize with the frequency of what you desire. The field responds not to effort, but to congruence. If your inner state radiates peace, trust, and abundance, life bends quickly to reflect that back. If your inner state radiates fear, scarcity, and doubt, life will echo that just as faithfully, no matter how polished your affirmations sound. Ask yourself in silence, what is my energy saying when no one is watching? What do I truly believe about myself and my life? These questions matter more than any ritual because they reveal the alignment or misalignment between what you want and what you are. Spiritual awakening is not about piling on complexity, but about stripping away everything false until only your authentic frequency remains. That is intelligence. That is spiritual wisdom. And that is where true power begins. Reality responds not to what you say, but to what you are. If you desire prosperity, embody gratitude and sufficiency now. If you desire love, radiate self-respect and openness now. If you desire freedom, release the chains of doubt now. The quantum shift is not earned through time or effort. It is chosen in a single moment of inner alignment. When your unconscious no longer contradicts your conscious intention, the universe flows effortlessly with you, showing that simplicity has always been the gateway to transformation. If you're ready to align your conscious intention with the power of your unconscious broadcast, comment below. I will meditate to affirm your commitment to this journey of transformation. 5. Self-awareness is the first mastery skill. Self-awareness is the first and most essential mastery because it is the root of all true transformation. And Carl Jung's reminder that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, reveals why this step cannot be skipped. Spirituality begins not in chasing after complex rituals, but in learning to cultivate a non-judgmental awareness that observes thoughts and emotional reflexes as they arise in real time. This kind of awareness allows you to step outside of the old survival patterns that usually dictate your reactions. The anger that flares when you feel misunderstood, the fear that pushes you to prove yourself, or the sadness that isolates you when life feels overwhelming. By watching instead of reacting, you reclaim the space to choose. And in that space, the process of spiritual awakening begins. The beauty of awareness is that it is disarmingly simple, yet profoundly powerful. When you stop labeling your thoughts as good or bad and simply notice them, they begin to lose their grip on you. The ego feeds on judgment and reaction, but when you just watch, its power fades. Think of how modern life constantly tempts you into automatic responses. The instant irritation while scrolling through social media, the tightening in your chest during a stressful meeting, the rush of comparison when someone else succeeds. Self-awareness lets you catch these reflexes at the very moment they appear, before they spiral into bigger emotions or destructive actions. The Buddha taught that awareness is the greatest agent of change. And in today's world of constant noise and distraction, that wisdom is not just ancient, it is urgent. When you train yourself to notice without judgment, you realize that most of your struggles are not with the world outside, but with the unexamined patterns inside. Spirituality is not about escaping difficulties, but about awakening to how your mind and emotions shape every moment of experience. You may not control what others say or do, but you always have the power to choose how you respond. Awareness shifts you from being the victim of circumstances into becoming the creator of your reality. Picture yourself in a stressful situation. Instead of collapsing into panic, you notice the shallow breath, the racing thought, the fear whispering failure. By noticing, you break the cycle. With a deeper breath, the same energy that would have fueled fear now fuels presence, clarity, and strength. This mastery of awareness tunes you back to the intelligence within, the quiet wisdom that modern life often buries under noise. It is like tuning an instrument. When it is aligned, every note resonates in harmony. In the same way, when your awareness aligns, every decision and action flows from clarity rather than chaos. Jung also said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And this is the essence of spiritual awakening. Looking inside is not about denying the shadow or pretending away discomfort. It is about witnessing both your light and your wounds with compassion. In a world that glorifies busyness, cultivating awareness is an act of inner freedom because it frees you from cycles of stress, fear, and unconscious living. Awareness is not a technique to be practiced once and forgotten. It is the ground on which all spirituality grows. Without it, meditation becomes routine, affirmations become empty, and manifestation becomes forced. With it, even the smallest acts pausing before you speak, observing your emotion before it controls you, noticing your ego before it blinds you, become sacred tools that shift your reality. The truth is, self-awareness is not complicated, and that is precisely why it is so often missed. Yet for those who embrace it, the simple act of observing oneself without judgment is nothing less than the doorway to a new life. 6. Radical responsibility and accountability stabilize your field. Radical responsibility and accountability are the true foundations of stability in your spiritual field. Because when you fully own what you emit, without slipping into blame or excuses, you step into the role of conscious creator rather than passive reactor. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this wisdom reminds you that every thought, every word, and every emotional frequency you radiate becomes the silent architect of your reality. If you allow resentment, fear, or doubt to dominate your inner space, life will mirror those vibrations back through difficult encounters and closed doors. But when you deliberately choose vibrational anchors like peace, gratitude, and faith, and you hold your state with consistency, the universe itself must align with that energy and reflect it back to you in the form of harmony, opportunity, and growth. This is not a mystical abstraction, but the practical essence of spirituality and the deepest mark of spiritual development, because true mastery lies not in controlling the outer world, but in stabilizing the inner one. Think about how easily you can lose your center in daily life. You may wake up calm and aligned, but one sharp comment, one unexpected problem, or one moment of comparison on social media can unravel your peace in seconds. That is the sign that you have allowed external chaos to dictate your vibration. Radical responsibility is the decision to say, "This is my field, and I alone decide the energy I hold." It is not about punishing yourself for setbacks or pretending challenges don't exist. It is about claiming your right to choose your response. In this way, accountability becomes empowerment because you stop giving away your energy to circumstances and start shaping your life from a place of conscious strength. In the modern world, this truth is more relevant than ever. Social media, with its endless waves of envy, outrage, and distraction, can easily pull you into emotional storms if you do not root yourself in the anchors you have chosen. Yet when you decide to stabilize in compassion, authenticity, and resilience, you build a frequency that shields you from being swept away by negativity. This is where spirituality meets daily living. Not in escaping from traffic, stress, or conflict, but in walking through them with inner steadiness that cannot be shaken. The moment you refuse to let the outer world decide your vibration, you become free. Because your peace, your strength, and your joy no longer depend on conditions that flow from your own alignment. Life is always responding, always mirroring, and when you hold your state consistently, it cannot help but reflect the essence you choose to embody. You may not control what comes to you, but you absolutely influence how it takes shape around you. That is why spiritual development is not about complexity, but about constancy, anchoring your field so firmly in your chosen vibration that reality itself reorganizes to meet it. Stability is not rigidity. It is the quiet power to stand steady while everything around you shifts, to radiate light even in darkness, and to remain whole even in the face of challenge. When you own your energy without blame, when you choose your anchors with intention, and when you hold your state no matter what, you transform from a seeker into a creator. And in that transformation, your true quantum shift begins. 7. The threshold before a shift feels like collapse. Don't misread it. The threshold before a true quantum shift often feels like collapse. But this collapse is not an ending. It is the clearing of space. When confusion, exhaustion, or despair flood your experience, you are not failing. You are standing in the fragile space where the old identity is disassembling so something new can take root. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And this awakening is precisely what is unfolding in the silence beneath your struggle. The field of life responds not when you strive harder, but when you stop forcing, doubting, and chasing, and instead allow yourself to inhabit the moment with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. This in-between stage has often been described as a hallway between timelines. It is dim, directionless, and uncomfortable, yet it is the most sacred part of transformation. In that hallway, the maps you once relied on no longer guide you, and the new map has not yet been drawn. You may feel lost, but this is exactly what allows new pathways to form. If you label it as failure, you lock yourself into the past. If you resist it, you slip back into the same patterns that once kept you small. By practicing detachment and releasing the urge to name every sensation as good or bad, right or wrong, you stop feeding the ego's need for complexity. Albert Einstein once reminded us, everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Simplicity is precisely the power of this hallway, though the ego resists it because simplicity strips away drama and control. Detachment in this context is not coldness or withdrawal, but the wise intelligence of your soul. It is the ability to feel deeply without clinging, to witness emotions without turning them into identity, to hold presence without being consumed by the story. This is an act of true spiritual intelligence, staying open while allowing what is old to fall apart. Instead of grasping for certainty, you breathe through uncertainty. Instead of retreating into fear, you lean into curiosity. These are small, practical acts, a slow, mindful walk, a warm cup of water held with attention, and a few minutes of conscious breathing. They may seem ordinary, but they are the anchors that stabilize your nervous system while reality reshapes itself. The collapse you feel is not punishment, but preparation. The fatigue, the despair, the disorientation are evidence that the old architecture of your life is loosening. Trust this threshold. Allow the hallway to be what it is, a passage, not a prison. Jung reminded us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and in this liminal space, you are being invited to expand consciousness, not retreat into fear. If you can hold stillness, if you can release the habit of labeling, if you can remain unattached to outcome, the quantum shift that once seemed distant will arrive quietly. The hallway will open into a new timeline, and you will realize that collapse was never destruction. It was the hidden beginning of awakening. 8. Practical posture. Tune. Don't push. Embody the new identity. Transformation does not arise from pushing harder or forcing yourself into a new identity, but from tuning your inner state until it resonates with the life you are meant to live. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This truth reflects the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening. The shift is not about creating something from nothing, but about aligning with what already exists within you in another timeline. You don't have to conquer endless challenges or prove your worth through relentless effort. The real power lies in coherence, in breathing into the discomfort, holding your energy steady, and letting your being tune itself to the frequency of transformation. Your attention is like a laser, and wherever it is consistently directed, reality bends to meet it. Instead of scattering your focus on doubts, fears, or endless striving, you anchor it in the identity you are stepping into. This is the practice of embodying the phrase, "I am the shift." You walk, speak, and act as if the transformation has already taken place, because in truth, it already exists. Modern life encourages hustle and constant proving, but spiritual wisdom reveals that coherence, not force, is what makes the shift inevitable. Just as a radio tunes into a station without strain, your soul tunes into its destined reality when you hold alignment with calm determination. Discomfort becomes a sacred signal. Most people see discomfort as a barrier to escape or battle, but spirituality reframes it as a threshold, a portal of awakening. When you choose to breathe deeply and remain present, you stop running from yourself and instead allow your system to recalibrate to a higher vibration. In that moment, the discomfort is no longer your enemy, but your teacher. Holding your signal through discomfort shows the universe that you will not shrink back into the old timeline, and this unwavering presence becomes the very bridge into the new. Each time you practice this, you strengthen your capacity to stay aligned, and it becomes second nature to live as the shift itself. In a world overflowing with distractions, deadlines, and social pressures, the temptation to overexert is constant. Yet the most profound spiritual awakening comes when you resist the urge to force and instead embody the reality you know is already true. You reclaim your power by pausing, by centering, and by remembering that you are not becoming something new, but revealing what you have always been. Carl Jung's wisdom resonates here. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. By tuning instead of pushing, you bring the unconscious into light, and your life becomes a deliberate act of creation rather than a reaction to old patterns. Every time you feel the impulse to push, remind yourself that pushing is born of fear, while tuning is born of trust. You are not chasing after change. You are embodying an identity that already exists beyond the veil of doubt. Breathe into the unease. Hold your signal. Focus your attention like a laser, and act as if the shift is already yours. This is the spiritual path, not running, not proving, but living in coherence with your higher self. When you live this way, transformation stops being a distant goal and becomes an inevitable unfolding of who you truly are. And so, the truth about quantum shifting is not that it's complicated, but that it's far too simple for the ego to accept. Real transformation begins in the moment you release control and allow life to move through you. If this message spoke to your spirit, I invite you to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming insights into spiritual awakening and inner growth. Your journey has only just begun. Quantum manifestation isn't hard, but this is why you're failing. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The truth is, most people fail at manifestation, not because it's complicated, but because they overlook the simple power of alignment. Quantum manifestation isn't about forcing reality with endless affirmations or rituals. It's about stepping into resonance with the life you desire. As you listen today, I encourage you to reflect. Where in your life are you still trying to push instead of align? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your story might inspire someone else on their journey. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where together we uncover the truths that can transform your daily life into a path of growth, happiness, and freedom. 1. Manifestation isn't effort, it's alignment. Most people mistakenly believe that manifestation is a battle to be won through endless affirmations, elaborate rituals, and perfectly crafted visualizations. Yet beneath their effort lies an inner state still clouded by fear, doubt, and scarcity. This is where the process collapses, because manifestation is not about effort, it is about alignment. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." If your unconscious mind is still rooted in conflict, no amount of surface work can change your reality in any lasting way. The quantum field, an infinite field of possibility, does not respond to struggle but to coherence. It listens not to how loudly you declare affirmations, but to the harmony between your thoughts, emotions, and actions. In this intelligent spiritual wisdom, the field reflects what you truly are, rather than what you pretend to be. Think of your inner state as soil. If it is fertile and aligned, even a single seed blossoms. If it is rocky and neglected, no amount of watering will make it grow. Alignment prepares the soil of your soul, while effort alone leaves it barren. This is why so many fail. They visualize wealth while secretly feeling unworthy, repeat mantras while carrying unhealed wounds, and chase abundance while broadcasting stress into the universe. They expect the outer world to shift while ignoring the chaos within. Albert Einstein reminded us, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. The universe is not withholding. It is mirroring. It responds to your true vibration, not the mask you wear. To manifest authentically, you must dare to heal, to integrate the shadow, and to bring unconscious patterns into the light. Jung called this the privilege of a lifetime, becoming who you truly are. When you align with your wholeness, the field responds instantly because you are no longer asking from a place of lack, but embodying the reality itself. True manifestation is not about pushing harder. It is about surrendering deeper. It is the intelligence of the soul aligning with the intelligence of the universe. When coherence replaces conflict, when your words, emotions, and actions flow in the same direction, manifestation becomes natural, not forced. You no longer fight against reality. You live in harmony with it. And in that harmony, the quantum field delivers with elegance what struggle could never achieve. Comment below. I align with the flow of abundance. If you are ready to shift from forcing effort to embodying true alignment. 2. You don't get it, you collapse into it. Manifestation is not about chasing after what you desire, but about collapsing into the reality where it already exists, where you are no longer separated from it, but living as if it were your present truth. Carl Jung's reminder that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, captures this perfectly, because manifestation is never about outer effort, but about inner embodiment. When you become the version of yourself who already has what you seek, the timeline naturally rearranges itself to reflect that state, and life begins to mirror back the vibration you carry. This is why manifestation fails when approached as a performance of rituals, affirmations, and forced positivity, because the body still lives in scarcity and fear, and reality cannot be tricked into responding to words it does not feel are true. The privilege of manifestation lies in awakening to who you already are, because spirituality and spiritual awakening reveal that you are not summoning something from nothing, but collapsing into the possibility that already exists in the quantum field. If you long for financial freedom, you must stop waiting for the future and begin carrying the energy of someone already free, moving through life with decisions anchored in security rather than fear. If you crave love, it is not enough to repeat, "I am loved," while feeling empty. You must live as someone who loves and is worthy of love. And from that state, the world reorganizes itself to confirm it. This collapse into reality is not a mental trick, but a nervous system alignment, where your energy radiates safety, coherence, and certainty, and the field responds to match. In everyday life, you can see how this works. A desperate candidate in a job interview repels opportunities, but the one who walks in with confidence and calm draws them in. A person entering relationships feeling unworthy attracts rejection, while the one who carries quiet worthiness becomes magnetic to love. Jung warned that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size, which is why fighting against your lack only deepens it. Collapsing into abundance is not denial. It is embodiment of the truth that you already hold within. The best athletes don't hope for victory. They live it in advance until their bodies, minds, and emotions are rehearsed into inevitability. Likewise, manifestation is living ahead of time, aligning so deeply with your outcome that reality bends around your state. Every day, you collapse into an identity, whether consciously or unconsciously. The choice is whether you collapse into fear and scarcity, or into trust, abundance, and the intelligence of spiritual wisdom. Neville Goddard's teaching to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled is not fantasy, but a map for living in coherence with what you desire. Faith is not passive waiting. Faith is alignment in action, the quiet knowing that you are already there. When you stop striving to get and begin embodying the self who has already arrived, manifestation ceases to be a struggle and becomes a natural unfolding of your inner state. This is the essence of spirituality and the heart of spiritual awakening. You are not chasing life. You are collapsing into the truth that you already are the person who lives it. 3. The quantum field reads, energy, not words. You can say the words 1,000 times. You can repeat your affirmations morning and night. Write them in a journal, post them on your mirror, and even chant them with conviction. But if your nervous system is still steeped in anxiety, if your chest still tightens with the fear of not having enough, if your stomach churns when you think of bills, the universe isn't responding to the words, it's responding to the energy beneath them. That's the law of the quantum field. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And in the realm of quantum manifestation, fate is just misaligned energy playing itself out. You see, the quantum field doesn't speak English or any language. It reads vibrations. It listens to your body, not your vocabulary. It mirrors your dominant emotional signature, not your goals, not your logic, and certainly not your forced positivity. This is why spirituality and spiritual development are not about saying the right things, but about becoming the right frequency. When your words and energy are in harmony, you don't manifest, you magnetize. You're no longer chasing your desires. Your desires are recognizing you as home. What blocks most people isn't a lack of effort, but a lack of coherence. They're trying to speak of abundance while embodying scarcity. They're reciting, "I am wealthy," while carrying generations of lack in their posture, their tone, their breath. And the field doesn't negotiate, it reflects. You might tell yourself, you deserve love. But if your heart is guarded, your trust broken, and your nervous system still scans for betrayal, the energy of protection overrides the desire for connection. The field isn't judging you, it's just reading your broadcast. This is where true spiritual development begins in the body, not in the mind. In your breath, your posture, your daily self-trust. Energy doesn't lie. If you walk through life in a state of stress, anxiety, or resentment, your words become noise. But if you walk with embodied peace, self-worth, and faith, your silence alone becomes magnetic. The breakthrough isn't in learning more techniques. It's in unlearning the survival patterns that keep you in energetic contradiction. So don't ask, "What else should I say?" Ask, "What am I still carrying that contradicts what I say?" Your job is to become so aligned, so vibrationally whole, that the quantum field has no choice but to reflect back the truth you're living. That's not magic, it's resonance. And it's available to anyone committed to authenticity over performance. This is the heart of spirituality, not controlling outcomes, but aligning with who you were always meant to be. So pause, breathe, feel. Ask yourself, right now, does my body believe what my mouth is saying? If not, go deeper, because the field is listening. And it's not listening to your affirmations. It's listening to your embodiment. Leave your likes and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you won't miss any insights that help you align with the quantum field and create your best life. Comment below. I attract abundance with my energy. If you're ready to manifest from within. 4. Coherence is the key mind, heart, and nervous system. When you manifest, the most important factor is not how many affirmations you repeat or how much effort you invest. It is whether your mind, heart, and nervous system are aligned in coherence. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth lies at the very center of manifestation. If your thoughts are pointing toward abundance, but your emotions are stuck in fear and your nervous system is still vibrating with stress, you are sending out a broken signal. The universe does not answer words alone. It answers the total frequency of your being. Think of yourself as a transmitter of energy. Your thoughts provide the words, your emotions add the tone, and your nervous system sets the frequency. When these three elements are in harmony, your signal becomes clear, strong, and undeniable. But if you think one thing, feel another, and act in a completely different way, your message becomes distorted, and what comes back to you is confusion, delay, or even chaos. Spiritual wisdom shows that manifestation is not about pushing harder or controlling reality. It is about resonance. Intelligence in manifestation is not found in force, but in coherence. Many people fail because they try to dominate their reality with willpower alone. They chant affirmations they do not believe. They visualize futures they secretly doubt, and they force positivity while their body still clings to fear and scarcity. This inner conflict collapses the entire process. Jung's psychology explains why. The shadow, when unacknowledged, sabotages conscious intention. You may declare, "I am abundant," but if the deeper self whispers, "I am unworthy," the quantum field will not respond to your words. It will respond to your truest frequency. Coherence is the remedy. Manifestation only flows when your thoughts support your emotions and your nervous system feels safe to hold the reality you are calling in. It is like tuning a radio. If the frequency is even slightly off, static fills the air. But once the alignment is precise, the signal becomes crystal clear. Your mind sets intention, your heart fuels it with emotion, and your nervous system anchors it in safety and trust. When these three centers align, the quantum field mirrors them instantly. This requires practical intelligence meditation to calm the nervous system, journaling to reshape destructive thought patterns, gratitude to awaken and strengthen the heart. Each practice brings another layer of your being into harmony, creating a state of spiritual coherence that turns your manifestation into magnetism. Jung warned, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." Resistance feeds fragmentation, but integration dissolves it, leaving your energy clear, grounded, and powerful. Failure in manifestation is never because the universe ignores you. It is because your inner broadcast is fractured. Your true power lies in aligning mind, heart, and body into one coherent signal. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the reason quantum manifestation is both simple and profound. The field does not respond to confusion. It responds to clarity. When your entire being vibrates in truth, your manifestations are no longer distant hopes. They are realities already in motion. 5. The subconscious is the true manifester. The subconscious mind quietly dictates 95% of your life, and this hidden force often overrides the conscious desires you fight so hard to achieve. You may tell yourself you want abundance, success, or love. But if your subconscious has been wired through fear, lack, or unresolved trauma, then every conscious effort you make is sabotaged before it can take root. Carl Jung warned us of this reality when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is why so many traditional methods of affirmations, vision boards, or visualizations collapse. Because beneath the surface, the soil of your mind is poisoned with old wounds that have never been healed. Think of it like planting seeds in barren ground. No matter how much sunlight or water you give, nothing will grow if the soil is filled with toxins. The subconscious works in exactly this way. You can paste images of dream houses, repeat mantras of wealth, or picture your soulmate's face every night. But if the deeper layers of your psyche are still echoing with stories of abandonment, shame, or unworthiness, those old patterns will pull you back like an anchor. Jung's idea of shadow work is not just theory. It is a necessary act of spiritual awakening. The moment you turn inward to face the beliefs and fears you've suppressed for years. By confronting the parts of yourself that whisper, "I'm not enough," you begin to release the chains that keep you bound to cycles of scarcity and disappointment. This is why true manifestation does not happen through sheer willpower, but through alignment. The subconscious is the real manifester because it is the fertile ground where intentions either flourish or wither. When the soil is rich with self-worth, healing, and trust in the universe, manifestation feels natural, as if life itself bends to meet you halfway. Suddenly, opportunities appear, relationships shift, and abundance flows, not because you forced it, but because you became energetically aligned. This is spirituality in practice, the awakening of your inner world to the truth that what you carry within will always be reflected without. Modern culture often sells the illusion that manifestation is about forcing positivity, chanting mantras, or endlessly visualizing your goals. But positive thinking without subconscious healing is like sailing against a relentless current. You exhaust yourself, repeat empty affirmations, and wonder why nothing changes. The answer is simple, yet profound. Your outer life cannot rise higher than your inner programming. Real transformation requires pausing to ask, what fears still control me? What beliefs did I inherit that no longer serve my growth? What emotions have I buried that continue to shape my choices? When you begin to bring these hidden truths into light, you reclaim your power and rewire the subconscious to support, not sabotage, your desires. The moment you unite conscious intention with a healed and reprogrammed subconscious, you stop chasing manifestation and instead embody it. You stop trying to convince yourself of abundance and start living as if abundance is your natural state. You stop begging for love and begin radiating the energy that draws love towards you. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, where manifestation is not a trick or a ritual, but the inevitable expression of a mind and soul finally in harmony. As Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. When you awaken, you no longer try to force life into your vision. You become the vision, and life unfolds to match it. If this idea resonates with you, comment below, "I agree." And if you see it differently, share your perspective with, "I don't think so." Your voice matters in this conversation. 6. You must feel first, before the form arrives. Quantum manifestation requires that you first become the version of yourself who already has what you desire. You must feel it, live it, and breathe it now, not after it arrives. This is where most people fail. They wait for external evidence before giving themselves permission to feel whole, worthy, or abundant. But the quantum field doesn't respond to your waiting. It responds to your now. As Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Most people unconsciously vibrate from fear, scarcity, or longing, even while speaking words of positivity. But manifestation isn't about repeating the right phrase. It's about becoming a coherent frequency that naturally draws in what matches it. The quantum field doesn't obey your words. It echoes your state of being. You say you want love, but are you embodying love? You say you want wealth, but are you living as if you're already abundant? Spirituality teaches us that everything starts within. Spiritual development isn't a luxury. It's the root of creation. When you heal your nervous system, shift your beliefs, and stop identifying with your past, you free your energy to align with the future that already exists for you in the field of infinite possibilities. The reason most people don't manifest what they want isn't because the universe says no. It's because their emotional signature is saying something completely different than their conscious desire. You can't trick the field with surface-level positivity. If you're still operating from a core belief that you are not enough, that you'll never make it, or that you don't deserve joy, the field will faithfully mirror those beliefs back to you through experience. This is not punishment, it's precision. The field is neutral. It gives you not what you beg for, but what you consistently are. That's why spiritual awakening matters. It peels back the illusions, the conditioning, the survival patterns, and it reveals the truth beneath the noise, that you are always enough, that you were never separate, that you are already connected to the version of you who has it all. The question is, will you feel it first? Or will you keep waiting, delaying, doubting, until form gives you permission to believe? The deeper truth is that quantum manifestation is not about effort, but about energetic embodiment. You don't manifest by controlling the external. You manifest by mastering the internal. The field responds to wholeness, to gratitude, to grounded certainty, not desperation. You must walk like it's yours, speak like it's done, and feel like you're home. Because when you truly align your frequency with your desire, you no longer chase it and it finds you. This is not about pretending. It's about remembering who you were before the world told you to forget. When your thoughts, emotions, and body come into harmony, the field reflects back coherence. And coherence is magnetic. So if you want the form to arrive, start by embodying the feeling. Live from the inside out. This is the essence of quantum creation, and this is the spiritual wisdom that changes everything. 7. Emotional regulation and daily practices are non-negotiable. Emotional regulation is the foundation of quantum manifestation, because without mastering your inner state, Every intention collapses under the weight of unconscious chaos. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth reminds you that emotions are not obstacles, but intelligent signals guiding you back into alignment. To be emotionally fluent means welcoming sadness, fear, anger, or joy without drowning in them, allowing yourself to feel deeply while gently returning to balance. The universe does not reflect the words you repeat, but the state you embody. And when your body is locked in fear or scarcity, no affirmation can override that. Only through presence and awareness do you shift your vibration into coherence, where your heart, mind, and energy flow as one. Practices like conscious breathing, meditation, and heart coherence are not optional, but daily disciplines that train your nervous system to return to harmony. Just as an athlete cannot expect results without consistent practice, you cannot expect manifestation to unfold while neglecting the inner work. Jung also said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And this awakening requires you to stop running from discomfort and instead embrace emotions as guides. Feeling grief without collapsing, anger without exploding, and joy without clinging is the essence of spiritual intelligence, and it transforms your relationship with the quantum field. When you radiate coherence and calmness instead of fear and doubt, reality reshapes itself to mirror that energy. The secret is found in small daily acts of alignment. A few minutes of conscious breath, journaling, or reflection rewires your system and brings you back to center. These micro practices are not trivial. They are the foundation of quantum leaps. Neville Goddard was right when he said, "Feeling is the secret," because your emotions are the vibrational language of the universe. To regulate them is to speak fluently to the field of infinite possibility. This is why so many fail. They try to force positive thinking on top of unresolved pain, but the quantum field responds only to alignment, not effort. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. Every time you return to coherence, even after being pulled into fear or stress, you strengthen your spiritual wisdom and intelligence. There is no need to feel good all the time, but there is a need to feel fully without losing yourself. To honor your emotions while guiding them back toward harmony. Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Yet when you accept this truth, pain becomes the teacher that awakens your highest self. Breath, reflection, and emotional fluency are the keys that open the door. And when you live in that alignment, quantum manifestation ceases to be a struggle and becomes your natural state. To honor your growth, commit to making emotional regulation and daily practices a priority. Comment below, "I choose discipline," to affirm your dedication and encourage others on their journey. 8. Simplicity is why most miss it. Quantum manifestation is often missed not because it is complex, but because it is astonishingly simple. You are conditioned to believe that success comes only from relentless control, from pushing, chasing, and forcing outcomes. Yet the deeper truth, revealed through spirituality and spiritual awakening, is that creation begins not in struggle, but in surrender. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this wisdom explains why so many people fail in manifestation. They are trying to overpower life with their conscious will, while their unconscious remains full of fear, scarcity, and mistrust. And so the signal they send to the universe is incoherent. The quantum field does not bend to effort, it bends to alignment. And until you live in coherence, no amount of affirmation or visualization can take root. People repeat words they do not believe, imagine futures they secretly doubt, and force themselves to smile while their body remains trapped in tension. This is like planting seeds and digging them up every day to see if they have grown. Nothing flourishes under such impatience. The field responds only when you stop trying so hard, when you breathe into trust and embody the frequency of what you desire. Albert Einstein once said, "Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it." Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. The simplicity is the challenge, because it asks you to release the illusion of control and choose coherence instead of chaos. In modern life, this truth is everywhere. You chase success through endless labor, and the harder you grip, the faster burnout arrives. You pursue love with desperation, only to repel it further. You fight for peace by battling your own thoughts, and the more you struggle, the more restless you become. The paradox is clear. The more you force, the further you drift. Manifestation requires you to shift from chasing to allowing, from trying to embodying. The quantum field mirrors not what you say, but who you are. And if your being is rooted in fear, no declaration can override it. But if your being is rooted in trust, in calm certainty, then life responds with synchronicity and flow. Spiritual awakening teaches that coherence is alignment between mind, body, and soul. If you think of wealth but still feel poor, your vibration is fractured. If you speak of love but fear abandonment, the signal is distorted. True coherence arises when your thoughts, emotions, and actions move together, when your inner state becomes the very reality you seek. The more you practice trust, gratitude, and calm presence, the more your frequency stabilizes, and the field has no choice but to reflect your vibration back to you. The essence of manifestation is not about becoming something else, but about awakening to what you already are. When you step out of resistance, when you stop chasing and instead live as though it is already done, the universe begins to conspire on your behalf. This is the secret most overlooked. Not effort, but alignment. Not control, but coherence. Not chasing, but embodying. And so, the real secret is not in chasing manifestation with force, but in aligning with the deeper currents of the quantum field that Carl Jung himself hinted at in the space where psyche and matter intertwine. If this message spoke to you, let it be a reminder that your transformation begins in the unseen. To keep journeying with us into wisdom that awakens the soul, make sure you like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming insights into manifestation, psychology, and spiritual awakening. Carl Jung. To see someone's true character, pay attention to just two things. The best index to a person's character is how he treats people who can't do him any good, and how he treats people who can't fight back. These words, by Abigail Van Buren, echo Carl Jung's profound insights into human behavior. And today, we're diving deep into the two hidden signals that silently reveal someone's true essence. In a world filled with masks and personas, what if you could see right through them? What if your spiritual awakening depended not just on self-reflection, but on understanding others? Let us know in the comments, have you ever sensed someone's true nature just by observing how they treated the vulnerable or powerless? Your experiences might help someone else awaken too. 1. How they treat people who can't benefit them. They say character is revealed not when things are easy, but when life asks you to keep your word in the face of inconvenience. That's why Carl Jung's insight, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do," still holds weight in a world full of noise and empty declarations. True integrity isn't demonstrated in grand gestures or motivational speeches. It shows up in the small things, like showing up on time, following through on what you promised, and doing what's right even when no one is watching. These everyday moments are the real markers of a man's spiritual maturity. They are spiritual tests in disguise that ask, do your actions align with your values, or do you abandon your word when it no longer serves your comfort? In today's fast-paced, results-driven world, it's easy to rationalize a broken promise. I got busy. Things changed. Or worse, radio silence. But every time you walk away from a commitment without accountability, you're not just disappointing someone else. You're weakening your relationship with yourself. A man who is spiritually awake doesn't hide behind excuses. He meets failure with honesty. He doesn't run from the discomfort of truth. Why? Because integrity isn't about perfection. It's about owning your impact and repairing it with grace. Keeping your word, especially when it's inconvenient, is a mirror of your internal order. It reflects a spiritual alignment, a self-discipline that comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for. Let's bring this down to earth. Think of the guy who promises his kid he'll be at the soccer game, but lets work take over again. Or the friend who says, let's catch up soon, but never makes the call. These may seem harmless, but over time, they chip away at trust. Now flip it. A man who shows up, even when tired, who follows through, even when there's nothing to gain, he becomes someone others can lean on. That reliability isn't just a social virtue. It's the result of spiritual grounding. It means your values aren't just concepts, they're lived. They're embodied in your calendar, your tone of voice, and the way you show up in the world. So here's the challenge. The next time you make a promise, pause. Ask yourself, am I speaking from truth or just trying to please in the moment? And when you feel tempted to back out, remember keeping your word, especially when no one would fault you for breaking it, is the moment you grow the most. Spiritual awakening isn't always about meditation or rituals. Sometimes it's in how you handle your agreements, your mistakes, and your moments of truth. What kind of man do you become when your back is against the wall? That's where the character lives. That's where your spiritual path begins. 2. How they keep or break their promises. Have you ever noticed how some people say all the right things, but do none of them? Carl Jung once said, You are what you do, not what you say you'll do. And that one sentence reveals a powerful truth about character. If you want to truly understand someone, not their mask, but their soul, pay attention to how they handle promises, especially the small ones. You see, it's easy to talk about big dreams, to make grand declarations, or to post inspiring quotes online. But real characters show up when no one's watching and when it's inconvenient. A person's integrity isn't revealed in dramatic speeches. It's reflected in quiet moments of follow-through, like being on time when they said they would, or keeping a promise even when no one would notice if they didn't. Think about someone in your life who always keeps their word. Isn't there a sense of peace and safety that comes with knowing you can count on them? Now contrast that with someone who constantly overpromises and underdelivers. How does that make you feel? Let me tell you a story. A man once promised his daughter he'd attend her school play. It wasn't a big deal to the world, but it was her world. The day came, and he was exhausted from work, had emails piling up, and his boss had just asked him to stay late. But he remembered the promise, and despite everything, he showed up tired, stressed, but present. That moment didn't just make his daughter feel loved, it shaped how she would later define trust. Now ask yourself, how often do you show up for the people you love, even when it's hard? That's where the spiritual dimension comes in. Keeping promises isn't just about social duty. It's about alignment between your values and your actions. And that's what spirituality at its core is. Living in alignment with truth, with love, with your highest self. Every time you honor your word, especially when it's difficult, you grow spiritually. And every time you avoid responsibility or make excuses, something within you weakens. Spiritual growth doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in the way we treat others, in the consistency of our actions, in how we carry ourselves when no one is applauding. When a promise is broken, a spiritually mature person doesn't run, deflect, or justify. They take responsibility with humility. And this self-awareness is the foundation of authentic personal transformation. So let me ask you, what do you do when your values and convenience clash? Do you stay true to your word, or do you retreat behind excuses? Think about it. Every decision you make is building your spiritual identity. You're not just creating a reputation, you're shaping your soul. In a world where words are cheap and appearances are carefully curated, the way you handle your promises is a mirror of your integrity. This isn't about perfection, it's about authenticity. It's about choosing to live from a place of inner alignment, where your word actually means something. So next time you give your word, treat it like a sacred commitment, not just to others, but to your own spiritual growth. Because in the end, how you keep or break your promises isn't just about how others see you. It's about how deeply rooted you are in your own truth. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And in this simple truth lies one of the most powerful tools for understanding human character. You see, when we strip away appearances, charisma, social status, and even intellect, what's left are two things that tell you more about a person than anything else: how they treat those who can do absolutely nothing for them, and whether or not they keep their word. These two seemingly ordinary behaviors are, in fact, spiritual mirrors reflecting not just the surface, but the soul. underneath. And it's not just about watching others. It's about asking yourself, do I live by this same standard? In a world filled with filters and performances, where promises are broken with a shrug and kindness is often a transaction, spiritual wisdom teaches us to look deeper. When someone helps a stranger without expecting recognition or reward, when they speak respectfully to someone society deems less important, that's not just decency. That's the soul speaking without words. And when a person keeps their promises, even the small ones, even when no one is watching, that's integrity in motion. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious always reveals itself through action, not intention. So what do these actions tell us? That true character isn't loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It shows up quietly, consistently, and especially when no one's watching. So let me ask you, who you are when there's nothing to gain? Do you honor your commitments, even when it's inconvenient? Because how you treat people who can't elevate you, and whether you live by your word, isn't just a reflection of your values, it is your values. And maybe the most powerful part of this is realizing that you have the power to build trust, to attract genuine relationships, and to grow spiritually just by showing up with authenticity. What if you stopped judging character by charm and started watching for those subtle moments, like how someone talks to a waiter, or whether they follow through on a promise they made months ago? These small moments are the keys to spiritual awakening, not just about others, but about yourself. Because as you begin to notice these signs in others, you'll also become more aware of your own patterns, your own truth, and your own path to inner alignment. So next time you want to understand someone, don't ask how successful they are or how well they speak. Pay attention to how they treat the unnoticed and how they honor their commitments. And if you're serious about living with more depth, clarity, and alignment, ask yourself, am I becoming the kind of person I would deeply trust? That question alone can change your life. Because spiritual wisdom isn't about knowing others. It begins with knowing yourself. And so, the next time someone shows you who they are, believe them, not just with your mind, but with the quiet wisdom of your spirit. As Carl Jung taught us, the subtle reveals far more than the spoken. If this insight resonated with you, let it be a guidepost in your own journey of spiritual awakening. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss another video that helps you see deeper, love wiser, and live with intention. We'll see you in the next one. 13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But what if who you are, a powerful, radiant soul, feels like too much for the world around you? In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 13 signs your aura carries a force that others might find overwhelming. But that's exactly where your spiritual strength lies. Have you ever felt misunderstood, too intense, or like people pull away without explanation? You might not be too much. You might be energetically unmatched. Watch closely and see how many of these signs resonate with your own journey. And as you listen, we invite you to reflect, comment with your experience, and share this video with someone whose light is just as rare. Let's dive in and celebrate the beauty of a powerful aura. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Your aura is the silent force that enters the room before you do. It's not just energy, it's your soul speaking in frequencies. Carl Jung may never have used the word aura, but his understanding of the unconscious mind revealed a profound truth. When your inner world is aligned, your very presence becomes undeniable. It's not about looks, words, or performance. It's about spiritual integration. When your conscious mind no longer resists your shadow, when you've faced your fears, healed your wounds, and chosen wholeness over perfection, you begin to emit something rare, an energetic signature so strong that people feel it in their bones. This is the invisible language of spiritual awakening, the vibration of someone who knows who they are and no longer seeks permission to be. But here's the paradox. This energy doesn't always attract admiration. In fact, it often creates disruption. Not because you're disruptive, but because your truth rattles illusions, your peace agitates chaos, and your self-acceptance exposes insecurities. You're not triggering others by being loud, you're triggering them by being real. Jung called this projection, the unconscious tendency to assign our denied qualities onto others. So when people avoid your eyes, speak nervously, or criticize you without cause, it's often because they're not seeing you. They're seeing themselves, reflected through your clarity. You don't have to do anything wrong to make someone uncomfortable. Your presence alone is a mirror, and not everyone is ready to face their reflection. In the real world, this energetic contrast shows up everywhere. You may find people are drawn to you yet unsettled. You might intimidate coworkers without trying. Friends may misread your boundaries as arrogance. It's not because you're superior. It's because your vibration reveals what's unhealed in them. And for those who live in denial, that kind of revelation feels like a threat. But your job isn't to shrink. Your role is to understand. You didn't come here to blend in. You came here to raise the frequency of the room by being the frequency. You don't lower your light to comfort the dark. You rise, and in doing so, invite others to rise with you. The more spiritually awake you become, the less you feel the need to explain your energy. You stop negotiating your worth in rooms that can't hold your truth. You stop bending your boundaries to keep false peace. You carry your aura like a silent message. I have done the inner work. I have faced my shadows. I walk in alignment. And that alignment speaks louder than any performance ever could. You realize that power doesn't shout. It whispers. It just is. And when you embody that truth, you no longer chase validation, you radiate it. You become a catalyst, not by force, but by frequency. You don't demand respect. You embody it, and you let others decide whether they are ready to meet you where you are. So keep walking in your light. Keep honoring your energy. Let your presence be your statement. And if you're ready to fully own the power of your aura, type it into the universe now. I align my energy. Because the moment you do, the world will begin to rearrange itself around the truth of who you've become. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. You don't need to explain yourself because your energy already speaks volumes. You unsettle not because you're loud, but because you're real. You don't perform, you embody. And that embodiment is rare, which is why it rattles those who are still hiding. Your aura doesn't ask for attention. It commands honesty. Carl Jung reminded us that what we deny within ourselves doesn't go away. It surfaces when someone else reflects it. That's what your aura does. You reflect back to others the parts they've buried, denied, or avoided. You shine with spiritual wisdom, and while some will be inspired, others will feel threatened not by you, but by what they see in themselves when you're near. This is why people pull away or react strangely, not because of who you are, but because of who they are not yet ready to become. Your alignment disrupts their confusion. Your truth shakes the lies they still cling to. And your calm presence can feel like a storm in the minds of those still trapped in their masks. But let this be a lesson. You are not responsible for shrinking, so others feel tall. You are not here to bend to make others comfortable in their delusion. Your spiritual development has made your energy precise, sharp, clean, and for those tangled in emotional noise, that can feel like judgment. But it is not judgment. It is clarity. And clarity often feels like an attack to those used to chaos. The frequency you hold now is one that reveals. It doesn't flatter, it unveils. It doesn't soothe, it awakens. An awakening isn't gentle. It breaks. It rebuilds. You are no longer participating in the performance. You no longer seek validation or manipulate perception. You are no longer addicted to being liked. You are devoted to being real. And realness is the highest rebellion in a world built on illusion. Some people will crave your energy like oxygen. Others will run from it like fire. But both responses prove its power. Because when you stop chasing, convincing, fixing, when you stand in your soul, your aura becomes a mirror that reflects truth. Not everyone is ready to look, but you are not here to be everyone's comfort. You are here to be your own truth. You are no longer just a person in the room. You are the room. You shift the atmosphere by simply being. You walk into a space and the unseen shifts, not because you're trying, because you are aligned. That's what spiritual wisdom looks like when it's lived, not spoken, not posted, but embodied. You are now the energy. You are now the presence. And you are now the permission others didn't know they needed to wake up. Some will love you. Some will leave you. But all will feel you. And that is your gift. That is your power. So hold your head high and never apologize for being the storm that clears the air. If you feel this truth in your bones, comment below. I own my authentic energy. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the spiritual insight your soul has been waiting for. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just light up a room, it reveals what others try to hide. Without speaking, you become a mirror, reflecting the emotional states, insecurities, and shadows of those around you. People often mistake this reflection for judgment, when in reality, it's their own unresolved pain rising to the surface. You trigger what's buried not because you're arrogant or forceful, but because your presence is aligned, grounded, and whole. That alone can be deeply unsettling to anyone still wearing masks. Your energy doesn't lie. It vibrates with truth, and truth makes people uncomfortable, especially those who haven't yet faced theirs. You walk in authenticity, and that makes others second-guess the roles they're playing. It's not about superiority, it's resonance. Energy always communicates before words ever do. That's why some people may feel an instant connection with you, while others pull away, criticize, or become strangely silent in your presence. They're not reacting to you. They're reacting to what their own energy feels when yours enters the space. A powerful aura amplifies. It draws attention, not through noise, but through stillness, not through appearance, but through presence. You don't chase approval because your soul is self-validating. You don't seek attention because you've already made peace with solitude. And that quiet confidence can expose people's need for validation, their attachments, their anxieties. This is why your aura often evokes extreme reactions, admiration or resentment, curiosity or avoidance. Either way, you're not neutral. You shift the dynamic simply by being. You didn't wake up with this kind of energy by chance. It was earned. You've gone through darkness, purified your mind, healed your wounds, and taken the long road of inner work. That journey gave you a frequency most haven't yet reached. While others are caught up in surface-level appearances, you radiate from your core. That kind of radiance reveals the emptiness behind performance. And so people either feel inspired to rise or pressured to hide. There's nothing you need to fix. If others feel uneasy around you, that discomfort is their own soul calling them to awaken. Your aura isn't too much. It's just too real. Keep showing up with integrity. Keep walking with quiet power. You're not meant to shrink for the comfort of those avoiding growth. You are the reminder that healing is possible, that wholeness is real, and that light, when it shines without apology, changes everything. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to our channel and stay connected with a community that understands the power of energy and self-awareness. Here, we explore how your presence can reflect truth, heal wounds, and inspire growth. Remember, your aura is not a threat. It's a gift. Keep shining. 4. Individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you fully integrate your shadow and awaken to your true self, you don't become louder, you become undeniable. Carl Jung called this state individuation, the sacred union of all parts of the psyche, both light and dark. It's not something you wear like a badge. It's something you radiate. Your energy no longer seeks validation. It commands respect in silence. You don't need to enter a room to be seen. Your aura gets there first. It's a quiet power, one that doesn't beg for attention, yet draws it like gravity. And while that sounds beautiful, it also comes with an unexpected edge. Your coherence disturbs those who are fragmented. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness forces them to feel the disconnection within themselves. You are a walking mirror, and not everyone is ready to look. People who hide behind personas, who stitch together their identity from approval and avoidance, will sense something different in you, and it will make them uncomfortable. Your clarity is a confrontation. Your stillness shakes their noise. Your energy, forged from truth, feels like an earthquake beneath their illusions. You may notice this in passive remarks, sudden distance, or unexplained tension. This is not rejection. It's resistance to the frequency you embody. It's not that people don't like you. It's that your presence challenges what they've built to protect their own denial. And so, without trying, you become a disruptor of illusions. In offices, your silence can echo louder than conversation. In social circles, your groundedness feels like rebellion. In family dynamics, your mere existence threatens roles that were never yours to carry. You've stepped into a spiritual awakening where your presence is no longer neutral. It's transformative. You don't push people. Your energy simply reveals where they stand. That's what happens when your soul stops negotiating with your ego. You become a frequency many haven't yet tuned into, and the disharmony is felt. But remember this: your purpose is not to dilute yourself for comfort. You weren't made to harmonize with dysfunction. You were made to stand as a lighthouse in a fog of confusion. Your authenticity may disturb the room, but it also has the power to liberate it. Don't shrink to fit their comfort zone. Expand to match your calling. Your aura now carries the mark of someone who has transmuted pain into wisdom, chaos into clarity. You've done what most only dream of, facing the inner storm and coming out with peace, not pretense. That's why people feel you before they know you. That's why your presence lingers even after you've left. It's not ego, it's energy. And energy doesn't lie. Some will be magnetized to you. Others will recoil. Both reactions are sacred, because your role is not to be liked. Your role is to be true. In that truth, you awaken others not by preaching, but by being. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to be felt. And those who can't handle your wholeness are simply not ready to meet their own. Keep going. You are not too much. You are the storm that clears, the presence that awakens, the embodiment of spiritual wisdom. Comment below: I am whole, and my energy speaks truth. 5. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space, it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That unconscious material fear, guilt, jealousy needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you, just by being real, disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they've buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms, and don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 6. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention, it demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you, and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word. That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth, even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below. My energy awakens truth if you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. so you never miss more insights like this. 7. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say you're too serious, too intense, or too much when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior, it's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes, and that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently. You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power, not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic, you're not alone. Comment, "I resonate with this," if you felt this way. Or, "Not my experience," if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 8. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura enters the room before you do. It's not imagination. It's an energetic truth. You carry a frequency that either lifts the space or shakes it to the core, depending on the emotional state of those around you. This shift is immediate, undeniable, and deeply felt by both the conscious and unconscious mind. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just complement a space, it alters it. That alteration might bring clarity and peace, or it might provoke discomfort and resistance. But either way, it never leaves things the same. You've likely experienced moments where people stared at you without knowing why, or suddenly changed their behavior once you walked in. That's not about your appearance. It's your energy field stirring their emotional waters. People who have unresolved chaos within them feel exposed around you because your presence highlights the imbalance they carry. You aren't trying to confront anyone. Your alignment simply reflects what they've been avoiding. Your stillness triggers their noise. Even animals and children respond to this energy. A dog might approach you with deep calm or run off with anxiety, sensing your frequency. Children, with their intuitive purity, often become fixated on you or strangely shy, not because of who you are on the surface, but because they feel the soul-level charge your aura emits. They sense truth in a world often cluttered with masks. In modern life, this power can be misunderstood. A woman named Maya once shared that in every workplace she entered, the atmosphere shifted. Colleagues would either open up emotionally within minutes or begin to distance themselves for no clear reason. She began to wonder if something was wrong with her. But in time, she realized the truth. Her energy was a mirror. It reflected the unresolved in others, not because she was trying to, but because she lived in deep inner alignment. That level of coherence made others feel their own fragmentation more clearly. Your aura is a field of influence. It communicates more loudly than words ever could. You don't have to try to be noticed, you are noticed. Not because you want attention, but because your energy commands it. And that command comes not from ego, but from authenticity. When you are whole within yourself, you create tension for those who are split between their truth and their persona. This is not your fault. It's the natural consequence of becoming someone who no longer hides. You shift the atmosphere not by doing, but by being. Your energy is a catalyst. Let it be. Don't dim it to fit into emotionally stagnant rooms. Don't shrink it to soothe discomfort. If your aura disturbs the room, maybe the room needed to be disturbed. If you're still tuned in, comment below, "I shift energy," to let us know you're feeling this truth. Your voice helps us grow this space of awareness and light. 9. People confide in you, unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years. Their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety, a silent invitation that tells people, you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people, it's okay to feel. It's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, "I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now." You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, "I am open to understanding," to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you, not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not. You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried, their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions, you're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others. Admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light. Let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal, it's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder. And your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden, and that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. You start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice, but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged, you're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be. That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. But that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it, you revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura, not to be admired, but to be unshakable, not to impress, but to embody, not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you for exploring these powerful signs with us. If you've ever felt like your presence is misunderstood, remember, it may be because your aura carries a strength not everyone is ready to receive. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into spiritual awakening and soul empowerment. Make sure to hit the bell icon so you won't miss our next powerful message. Until next time, keep walking boldly in your light. Who an empath becomes after absorbing the narcissist's darkness and survives. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. These words, by Khalil Gibran, remind us that pain is not the end, but the doorway to transformation. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover who the empath becomes after carrying the darkness of a narcissist and surviving something Carl Jung himself never fully warned us about. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey of growth. How has suffering shaped your strength? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your story might be the light someone else needs today. 1. Transformation, not just healing. An empath who has endured the depths of narcissistic abuse does not simply recover. They undergo a profound metamorphosis that Carl Jung would describe as individuation, the process of integrating light and shadow to become whole. The person who once carried projections, criticisms, and manipulations now emerges stronger, clearer, and untouchable. As Jung declared, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And through this crucible of pain, the empath chooses to become something extraordinary. For years, they absorb the narcissist's darkness, taking in every fragment of rage, shame, and emptiness until their own identity blurred into the shadows of another. Yet this very suffering becomes the fire that forges their intelligence and spiritual wisdom. Healing is no longer about returning to a former self. It is about transcending into someone the narcissist never anticipated. Autonomous, sovereign, and unshakably resilient. This transformation begins quietly. The empath stops defending themselves to those who never listened, stops seeking validation from those who offered only conditional affection, and starts drawing boundaries that carry silent authority. In this silence lies their power, a calm refusal to be diminished. Their presence alone unsettles others, not through aggression, but through an unspoken clarity that forces people to confront the shadows they once projected outward. What blossoms is not bitterness, but discernment, a sharpened ability to distinguish illusion from truth. The empath evolves into a mirror, reflecting back what others cannot bear to see within themselves. They no longer shoulder the burden of another's brokenness. Instead, they embody Jung's vision of individuation, standing whole and complete. Like a caterpillar, dissolving into chaos before becoming a butterfly, they disintegrate under pressure, yet rise with wings stronger than steel. From this journey arises immunity, an untouchable spirit that has mastered survival and transformed it into sovereignty. Their resilience is not loud, but it is undeniable. Their wisdom is not theoretical, but lived, earned, and etched into their very being. As Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this: and you will find strength. The empath, through their suffering, now embodies this truth, no longer swayed by manipulation or bound by the shadows of others. What once seemed like the end becomes the awakening. Survival was never the final destination. Transformation was always the hidden gift. In transcending pain, the empath becomes a force the world cannot ignore, living proof that from the darkest suffering can emerge the brightest intelligence and the deepest spiritual wisdom. Comment below. I rise through transformation, not just healing. If you are ready to step into your true spiritual awakening. 2. The Night Sea. Shadow Immersion Crucible. The descent into the night sea is the breaking point of the empath, a crucible where everything familiar collapses and the false self begins to die, so the authentic self can finally be born. Carl Jung described this as the dark night of the soul, where consciousness is forced through pain into transformation. For the empath, this descent is brutal, because for years they have been the vessel of other people's shadows, absorbing rage, shame, emptiness, and despair that were never theirs to carry. They became the emotional container for wounds that were not their own, and over time, their identity dissolved under the weight of everyone else's unprocessed pain. This immersion into shadow feels like drowning, stripping away defenses and exposing the raw truth beneath. Yet this very dismantling becomes the sacred ground for metamorphosis. The way a caterpillar dissolves completely in the cocoon before emerging as a butterfly. In spirituality, this is the shadow initiation, a passage every empath must face if they are to awaken into their true power. The false self, built on survival, people-pleasing, and silent endurance, cannot survive the descent. It crumbles under the unbearable weight, leaving only the essence that was hidden all along. And it is here, in the breaking, that something miraculous occurs. The empath surrenders. They stop fighting to explain themselves to people who were never listening. They stop defining their worth by how much they can carry for others. In that quiet surrender, clarity is born, and with clarity comes an immunity to manipulation. Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And through this crucible, the empath learns that truth firsthand. The suffering is not meaningless. It is the initiation into wisdom. As they rise from this immersion, they no longer return as the fragile soul who once absorbed everything. They emerge untouchable, not hardened by bitterness, but fortified by spiritual wisdom. Their very presence becomes unsettling to those who still live in denial, because when you embody light forged in shadow, you act as a mirror that forces others to confront their own hidden darkness. This is the paradox of the empath's transformation. By walking through fire, they become fireproof, and by drowning in the sea of shadows, they emerge as a light that cannot be extinguished. In modern life, where people are overwhelmed by digital noise, social projections, and endless expectations, this awakening is more than personal, it is necessary. It reminds us that survival is not about carrying burdens that do not belong to us, but about aligning with the truth that was always within. The empath's night sea journey reveals that the descent is not the end, but the beginning. Not punishment, but preparation. Spiritual awakening demands that we shed illusions, endure the breaking, and allow the authentic self to rise. For those in the midst of their own crucible, the message is clear. Do not fear the unraveling. Embrace it. for it is shaping you into someone unshakable, someone who embodies strength and compassion in equal measure. Darkness cannot control the soul that has already walked through its depths and found its own light. And from that light comes not only survival, but sovereignty. Comment below. I rise from the night sea stronger, if you are ready to embrace your transformation. 3. Shadow literacy and psychological immunity. When an empath carries the denied shadow material of others, they are unknowingly initiated into one of the deepest lessons of spirituality and spiritual development. For in absorbing projections and manipulations, they slowly begin to see the architecture of the shadow with piercing clarity. What once felt like a curse, the heaviness of holding other people's shame, fear, or rage, becomes the very training ground where discernment is born. Through enduring this burden, the empath develops what can only be described as shadow antibodies or shadow immunity, an inner capacity to read manipulation, to reject projections, and to no longer be bound by the hidden scripts others try to impose. Just as the body strengthens itself through exposure to sickness, the soul of the empath grows resilient by transforming the toxins of others into wisdom and awareness, turning pain into a rare spiritual strength. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is exactly the path the empath walks. By being forced to confront the unconscious in others, the empath becomes skilled at seeing the unseen, recognizing the fear behind aggression, the shame behind control, the emptiness behind constant demands. This literacy of the shadow means that the empath is no longer easily deceived, no longer manipulated by surface appearances, and no longer caught in the exhausting cycle of over-explaining themselves to people who never wanted to understand. Instead, they carry a quiet, unshakable clarity that acts as a shield, a psychological immunity that protects their energy and restores their freedom. In modern life, where projections fly everywhere in toxic families, corporate politics, and especially on social media, the gift of shadow immunity is more necessary than ever. Most people absorb these projections unconsciously, mistaking other people's insecurities as their own, drowning in energy that doesn't belong to them. But an empath who has gone through the crucible of survival begins to walk differently. They no longer carry what was never theirs, and they no longer feel the need to justify their truth. Their spirituality matures into a balanced strength. They can sense manipulation before it takes root. They can step back from chaos without guilt, and they can remain rooted even in the storm of other people's emotions. This transformation is not just personal, it is contagious. The empath who has become immune begins to radiate a presence that forces others to face their own shadows. Their silence, their refusal to play the old roles, their ability to stand firm without bitterness, unsettles those who are still hiding from themselves. In this way, the empath becomes not only untouchable, but also a mirror, a guide, and a catalyst for truth. Their spirituality no longer exists only in private prayers or moments of retreat. It lives in their presence, in the way they embody boundaries, in the way they hold themselves with dignity. The message hidden within this journey is simple yet profound. Suffering can become initiation, pain can become power, and survival can lead to wisdom. For the empath, the experience of absorbing and transforming darkness is not a sentence, but a sacred preparation, creating within them a strength that cannot be faked or taught in books. This is what spiritual development truly means, transforming shadow into light, weakness into strength, wounds into wisdom. And once this immunity is awakened, the empath no longer fears the darkness of others, because they know that within themselves, they already carry the light strong enough to withstand it. If you're ready to master shadow literacy and build true psychological immunity, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments. Let's awaken together. 4. From wounded healer to shadow walker. When an empath emerges from the suffocating grip of a narcissist's darkness, they are no longer the same person. They are reborn into what can only be described as a shadow walker, one who carries both the intelligence of survival and the spiritual wisdom gained from walking through fire. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This truth becomes the empath's reality. After carrying the rage, shame, and emptiness of others, after being the vessel for projections that nearly erase their sense of self, the empath discovers a transformation so profound that manipulation can no longer touch them. Their very presence now exposes the shadows of those around them, forcing others to confront the very darkness they once tried to escape by dumping it on someone else. The wounded healer becomes something different, something rarer. No longer trapped in cycles of reliving the wound, the survivor embodies strength by example, not by performance. They become whole, not by constantly bleeding for others, but by standing in quiet, unshakable clarity. This is the archetype of the shadow walker, someone who can walk into human darkness without being consumed by it. Someone who does not seek validation through sacrifice, but instead radiates truth through being. Jung also reminded us that the shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases. The empath, once desperate to fit into others' molds, now recognizes the futility of abandoning themselves for approval. Their worth no longer hangs on the opinions of others. It is anchored in their inner alignment, their lived wisdom, their ability to see and not be swayed. This transformation is more than healing. It is spiritual immunity. The empath no longer absorbs arrows meant to break them. Instead, they stand so centered that the arrows dissolve before reaching their heart. Silence becomes their shield, unsettling those who thrive on chaos, while calm becomes their sword, disarming the manipulative with its quiet strength. This is what it means to awaken, to turn empathy inward, to master one's own energy, and to realize that true compassion does not mean self-destruction. Jung said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." The shadow walker embodies this truth, carrying scars as wisdom, not as open wounds, and teaching others that resilience is not spoken, it is lived. To become a shadow walker is to embody the alchemy of survival. It is proof that poison can be transmuted into medicine, that suffering can evolve into sacred strength. This path shows that empathy, once weaponized against you, can be reclaimed as the deepest form of intelligence. The empath, who has endured and transcended, no longer fears the shadows within or around them, because they have discovered that the very darkness which threatened to destroy them has carved out a light unshakable, untouchable, and undeniable. They no longer absorb pain. They transform it, and in doing so, They silently grant others the permission to rise with them. 5. Ego death. The empath's path is defined by a moment when the false identity built on pleasing others finally shatters, and what follows is a profound ego death. This is not destruction, but liberation. For the old self that lived to carry burdens, to silence its own voice, and to survive through masks dissolves, leaving behind an emptiness that feels terrifying, yet necessary. Out of this emptiness emerges a choice, the decision to no longer live as the container of others' shadows, but to step into self-possession, to stand in authenticity, and to embrace radical self-acceptance that is not superficial, but forged through fire and pain. Carl Jung's reminder, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, reveals the truth of this transformation. For the empath is no longer ruled by unconscious roles imposed by trauma, but by conscious alignment with their inner soul. In this rebirth, the empath stops explaining themselves to people who were never listening. They stop shrinking to make others comfortable, and they reclaim their sovereignty. Self-possession here is not arrogance. It is the quiet clarity that comes when you know who you are and no longer need external validation. It is spirituality expressed as lived truth, a spiritual awakening that carries the wisdom of pain yet refuses to remain defined by it. The empath who once absorbed rage, shame, and emptiness now radiates a presence that forces others to confront the shadows they project. This is why authenticity becomes untouchable. It cannot be manipulated, for it is rooted in awareness, not illusion. In today's world, where so many lose themselves to social expectations, workplace demands, and toxic cycles of overgiving, this transformation offers a powerful mirror. How often do you silence your needs to avoid conflict, or give away your energy just to keep the peace? That is the false identity at work, the ego mask that keeps you exhausted and unseen. Yet, when you choose to let that identity die, you begin to live not as a reflection of others' needs, but as your true self. Boundaries become acts of self-respect. Saying no becomes a declaration of freedom, and your presence begins to shift the energy of every room you enter. Jung was right when he said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And the empath, rising from darkness into authenticity, embodies that privilege in its fullest form. This is the gift hidden in ego death, the birth of authenticity, the strength of self-possession, and the wisdom of radical acceptance. It shows us that we do not exist to absorb pain endlessly, but to embody truth courageously. To step into this awareness is to embrace spirituality not as theory, but as a lived awakening, and in doing so, to finally become the self that was always waiting beneath the mask. Do you resonate with this truth? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I have faced ego death, and I rise stronger. 6. Boundaries, paradoxical magnetism, and guardian function. When an empath passes through the fire of a narcissist's darkness and emerges whole, they are no longer who they once were. For what once seemed like unbearable weight becomes the very crucible of their transformation. The empath learns that true spiritual development is not about endlessly absorbing other people's projections or carrying their unresolved pain, but about cultivating boundaries that are both firm and compassionate. These boundaries are not walls of coldness, but shields of clarity alive with empathy, yet impenetrable to exploitation, allowing the empath to give from wholeness rather than depletion. Sensitivity remains, but it is now guided by wisdom, no longer mistaken for weakness, and no longer confused with sacrifice. Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. For the empath who has survived, this is no longer theory, but lived experience. They have faced unconscious shadows head-on, refusing to let them dictate the script of their lives. In doing so, they step into resilience, and resilience carries a magnetism that is both paradoxical and powerful. The same world that once dismissed their softness now feels drawn to the quiet strength they radiate. People sense safety in their presence, a respect that flows without demand, an authenticity that cannot be faked. This magnetism is not about charm or manipulation, but about the way boundaries command recognition. It is the aura of someone who no longer explains themselves to those who never listened, who no longer surrenders their soul to earn counterfeit love. This transformation brings with it an unexpected role, the guardian function. The empath becomes a living reminder that kindness does not mean self-betrayal, that generosity does not require self-destruction, and that spirituality is not naivety, but grounded wisdom. They no longer rescue others at their own expense, yet they inspire others by the sheer strength of their survival. Their life becomes a kind of lighthouse, not reaching into the sea to pull every drowning soul ashore, but standing tall, unshaken, shining light that guides others who are ready to find their way. They show that compassion paired with boundaries creates freedom, that love rooted in self-respect becomes a force that uplifts without being drained. At this stage, challenges do not disappear, but the empath carries a new kind of inner immunity. They can still sense another's pain, but they no longer mistake it for their own identity. They can recognize manipulation the moment it approaches, but they no longer bow to its demands. They can love with the same depth of heart, but now that love begins with themselves first. They are paradox embodied soft yet unbreakable, open yet untouchable, magnetic not because they seek attention, but because they have mastered presence. This is the hidden gift of their journey, to become both a mirror and a beacon, to reveal to others the possibility of living with both tenderness and sovereignty. The value of this transformation is timeless. Boundaries are not rejection. They are acts of sacred love. By honoring them, the empath honors life itself. By protecting their energy, they ensure that what they give flows from a place of purity rather than resentment. By choosing self-respect, they teach others how to respect themselves. This is where spirituality reveals its true meaning, not in losing oneself for others, but in awakening to the wisdom that the most compassionate gift one can offer the world is an authentic self that cannot be exploited. The empath who has survived becomes a symbol of this truth, carrying within them the proof that light, when tested in the deepest darkness, does not dim, but instead shines brighter than ever before. 7. Constellation effect and social disruption. When an empath absorbs the narcissist's darkness and survives, they do not return the same, because the very act of surviving reshapes them into a force of intelligence and spiritual wisdom that cannot be denied. The empath, once used as a silent container for everyone's shadows, now becomes a mirror of truth, reflecting back what others have worked so hard to hide. This is what Carl Jung described when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Your very presence begins to awaken a collective awareness, what some call the constellation effect, where simply being in the room forces people to confront the truth of themselves. This can ignite hostility in those terrified of their own reflection, yet it also attracts those yearning for transformation, who sense in you a clarity they cannot find elsewhere. This shift does not announce itself with anger or revenge, but with a quiet, sovereign strength. You stop explaining yourself to those who never cared to listen, because now your silence speaks louder than endless words. The narcissist who once thrived on your confusion now trembles at your clarity. For the empath they dismissed as weak has become untouchable. Your survival is not only healing, it is the reclaiming of your true self, no longer buried under the wreckage of someone else's chaos. This new energy radiates outward, compelling others to either awaken or retreat, because your existence now disrupts the illusions they cling to. Some will respond with bitterness, accusing you of being cold or selfish. But this is only projection, their unconscious fear meeting a mirror that cannot be broken. At the same time, seekers of truth will be drawn to you, pulled toward the wisdom carved from your scars. You become a beacon, not by choice, but by essence, embodying the alchemy of darkness turned into light, survival turned into spiritual awakening. Rumi's words echo here. The wound is the place where the light enters you. What once weighed you down with poison now radiates as a light too strong to be dimmed. Your presence ripples through the collective field like a morphic resonance, unsettling systems built on deception and forcing people to reckon with their own unacknowledged truths. This is why surviving a narcissist does more than heal you. It disrupts the very fabric of falsehood around you. You no longer play the role of the emotional dumpster, but rise as a guide, a disruptor, a living reminder that pain can be transmuted into clarity. And in that transformation, you embody the lesson Carl Jung never fully warned about. The empath who walks through darkness and emerges no longer fragile, but sovereign, untouchable, and radiant with spiritual wisdom. 8. Collective ripple and the cost of individuation. Individual transformation always carries more weight than we realize, because when an empath survives the darkness of a narcissist, their healing is never just personal. It becomes a collective ripple that whispers freedom to others who are still trapped. What once looked like unbearable pain becomes living evidence that liberation is possible. And this silent testimony awakens hope in those who thought they would never escape. Yet this gift comes with a price Carl Jung called individuation. The breaking away from the herd, the loneliness of standing apart, and the constant vigilance required to keep balance, because the danger of falling into rigidity always lingers when one rises from suffering. This loneliness is not punishment, but initiation, a threshold into deeper spirituality, where the empath learns that true strength is found in silence, and that authenticity often means walking paths few dare to tread. In the reality of modern life, this process is mirrored in the quiet decisions we make, refusing toxic dynamics at work, ending friendships that only thrive on our silence, or choosing solitude over shallow company. Each of these choices cuts ties with illusions, but each also plants the seed of sovereignty. And with time, those seeds grow into circles of resonance where energy is no longer drained but magnified. The one who once absorbed everyone's shadows now becomes a mirror, forcing others to face what they can no longer project. And this shift ripples outward, sparking collective transformation. Yet vigilance remains essential, because freedom itself can harden into a new identity if clung to too tightly. The empath must learn to hold balance, to embody resilience without rigidity, to guard compassion without slipping back into self-erasure, and to live from the center rather than the extremes. This is the paradox of spiritual awakening. By embracing loneliness, you become a lighthouse. By paying the cost of individuation, you open the door for others to see their own way out of darkness. What feels like separation is in truth sacred preparation, shaping you into someone who no longer needs to explain themselves to those who never listened. Someone who knows that silence can be louder than words. In time, your very presence begins to carry an intelligence born from suffering and survival, an unshakable wisdom that cannot be manipulated. And while the path is heavy, it holds the profound beauty of transformation. To turn shadow into clarity, pain into power, and solitude into a gift for the collective soul. And so, the journey of the empath does not end in destruction, but in rebirth, stronger, clearer, and untouchable. The darkness they once absorbed becomes the very fire that forges their light. If this message spoke to your soul, I invite you to join our growing community here at Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs this truth, and subscribe to the channel. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the insights and teachings we have prepared for you. Until next time, stay strong, stay awakened, and walk boldly in your light. This one shift in identity will bend reality faster than you think. As Carl Jung once said, "He who looks outside dreams, he who looks inside awakens." Today, I want to invite you to look inside and recognize the single shift in identity that can transform your entire reality faster than you can imagine. It's not about forcing change. It's about aligning with who you truly are. Imagine what would happen if you stopped carrying the burden of your old self and boldly stepped into the life that was waiting for you. How would your relationships, opportunities, or even your happiness evolve? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's explore this journey together on the Spiritual Wisdom channel. 1. Your old self is a frequency, not just a memory. Your old self is not just a memory. It is a frequency that continues to echo through your body and mind. It lives in your nervous system. It shapes your emotional reactions, and it influences the small decisions you make every day. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This truth explains why the same cycles keep repeating themselves no matter how much you wish for change. That heaviness in your chest when you wake up, the inner voice that quietly tells you not to expect too much, the patterns you swore you would never repeat but found yourself living again. All of it is the energy of your old identity trying to keep you loyal. As long as you carry it, reality cannot shift, because the world outside of you is only mirroring the vibration you refuse to release within. Your old identity is not only mental, it is energetic. The body holds on to what the mind cannot always remember. Every wound, every fear, Every unresolved story is stored in your chemistry, your heartbeat, and the rhythm of your nervous system. Each time you repeat the same thought or replay the same emotion, you are not only remembering the past, you are broadcasting it into the present. Reality, sensitive to frequency, tunes itself to that signal. And no matter how hard you think, visualize, or affirm, if your vibration remains tied to who you have been, your life will keep repeating itself. Spiritual wisdom teaches that transformation begins when you release the energetic addiction to the old self, not when you try to force new beliefs on top of it. Carl Jung's work shows us that the persona we cling to becomes both mask and prison. It is not enough to change thoughts while your energy still vibrates in fear or scarcity. The quantum field does not respond to words, it responds to vibration. As Albert Einstein reminded us, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. If your identity is your frequency, then holding on to an outdated self is like playing the same song on repeat while expecting a new melody to appear. You cannot step into a new life carrying the soundtrack of your old one. The song must end before the silence can give birth to something new. This is why so many remain stuck in cycles of effort without change. They affirm what they do not believe. They visualize outcomes while secretly doubting. They force themselves to think positive while their nervous system still trembles with fear. The result is inner conflict, a mismatch of signals that keeps the old reality alive. The one true shift is not in adding more effort, but in letting go of the old vibration entirely. It means breaking your loyalty to the identity that feels familiar but keeps you small. It means recognizing that you cannot drag the past into the future and expect it to transform. Spiritual awakening is remembering that you are more than the stories you have repeated, that you are greater than the patterns that bound you, and that by choosing to detach from the old self, you step into the freedom of who you are becoming. When you release that old frequency, your entire system recalibrates. Your nervous system finds balance, your subconscious opens, and your energy begins to broadcast a new signal. Life responds with synchronicity. Opportunities appear. People show up. Reality bends, not because you forced it, but because you finally match the frequency of the life you desired. This is not magic. It is alignment. It is the intelligence of spiritual wisdom at work. The moment you stop being loyal to who you were, you give yourself permission to meet who you truly are. And when that happens, reality shifts with a speed and clarity that feels almost miraculous, because the truth is, it was always waiting for you to let go. Comment below, "I release my old frequency," if you are ready to let go of your past identity and step into the reality that truly belongs to you. 2. The quantum field responds to identity, not effort. Reality is not crafted by the empty repetition of affirmations, nor by the countless vision boards scattered with desires, but by the coherence of your inner state. The quantum field mirrors not your words, but your being. For in the grand weave of existence, you do not manifest what you want. You manifest who you are. Every vibration you hold, every belief that shapes your identity, becomes the signal the universe responds to. And your life shifts only when you shift vibrationally. As Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. That unconscious identity, living in your emotions and habits, is what truly bends reality. You may say the words, "I am abundant," but if beneath those words there still lingers fear, scarcity, and the hidden memory of lack, the quantum field will not be deceived. Words are only the surface. Energy is the truth. Your nervous system carries the frequency of your past. Your emotions broadcast your inner beliefs, and your chemistry repeats the patterns you swore you would leave behind. This is why so many people find themselves trapped in cycles. They chase new goals while embodying old wounds. The field listens not to what is said, but to what is consistently lived. To change the outer world, you must first change the invisible state that holds it in place. Coherence is the language of creation. If your identity is fractured, reality reflects the fracture. If your inner story is written in fear, reality presents the chapters of fear back to you. Yet when you begin to embody the frequency of the life you wish to experience, when you decide to step into the new identity with sincerity and constancy, the universe bends to meet you. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, not an abstract pursuit, but a transformation of self, a deliberate alignment of thought, feeling, and action with the reality you choose to live. You no longer beg for peace. You become peace. You no longer plead for love. You radiate love until life can do nothing but return it. Look closely at the world around you, and you will see this truth everywhere. The person who identifies as unlucky will overlook opportunities that appear daily, while the one who quietly embodies confidence and worth naturally attracts doors opening, hands reaching, paths unfolding. The difference is not luck, but identity. In spirituality, we learn that coherence creates magnetism, just as one tuning fork vibrates another into harmony. The quantum field reads this resonance with perfect accuracy and reflects it back without fail. The real question is never, "How hard are you working?" but rather, "Who are you while you work?" Jung spoke of individuation, the process of integrating all aspects of the self into wholeness. And this is what the quantum field recognizes. You cannot live split between the self you pretend to be and the self you secretly believe you are. At some point, you must choose coherence over contradiction. This choice is not made once, but lived daily, in each thought aligned with your new self, in each decision that supports it, in each habit that reinforces it. Slowly, the old self dissolves and the new identity emerges, not as an illusion, but as your lived reality. The outer world is not chaos nor accident. It is a mirror of the coherence you cultivate within. Shift the identity, and you shift the reflection. The moment you step into the frequency of who you are becoming, the quantum field bends to your being. This is the wisdom at the heart of spirituality. You do not chase reality, you become it. Every day you are asked not, "What do I want?" but, "Who am I willing to be?" And in that answer lies the power to bend reality itself. Leave your likes and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss insights like this. The quantum field responds to who you are, not just what you do. So type in the comments, "I align my identity with abundance," to affirm your shift and inspire others on this journey. 3. Survival identity is the real block. Most people spend their lives hidden behind a mask that was built out of past pain, rejection, or failure. And although this mask was once a shield that kept them safe, it slowly became a prison that keeps them from growing. Carl Jung wisely said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens when you live through your survival identity. That false self, born out of wounds you never asked for, runs your choices, your relationships, your dreams, and even your sense of worth. It becomes the autopilot of your life, keeping you stuck in cycles you swore you would never repeat, yet find yourself trapped in again and again. This version of you is not your essence. It is a shell. Beneath it lies the real you, the one who is whole, capable of love, expansion, and transformation, waiting to awaken through spirituality and deep spiritual development. The truth is that energy follows identity, and if you continue to see yourself as unworthy, broken, or small, your external world will always mirror that belief. You cannot manifest abundance while carrying the vibration of lack, just as you cannot step into love while clinging to the identity of rejection. In today's world, this shows up in so many ways, settling for jobs that drain your soul because you do not believe better opportunities exist. Holding on to relationships that dishonor your spirit because you fear being alone, or turning away from risks that could elevate you because failure feels more familiar than success. This survival self convinces you that it is protecting you, but in reality, it is keeping you from truly living. The moment you recognize this is the beginning of spiritual awakening, you start to see that the survival identity was never your destiny. It was only a temporary refuge for your wounded heart. When you finally ask yourself, "Who am I without my wounds?" you begin to take back the power that you unknowingly surrendered. Spiritual development is not about denying your past, but transforming your relationship with it, so it no longer dictates your future. Jung's reminder: "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become," becomes a guiding light. Choosing to release the survival identity is choosing freedom over fear, expansion over contraction, and alignment over illusion. Your life is no longer defined by old scars, but reshaped by the truth of who you really are. The old story begins to fade, and a new reality emerges, one that bends to the vibration of your authentic self, a reality alive with purpose, creativity, and possibility. Each small act of choosing authenticity over fear is an act of creation. Each moment you step out of autopilot and into awareness, you shift your energy into alignment. This is the work of spirituality, not to escape reality, but to reshape it from within. You are not here merely to survive. You are here to awaken, to grow, and to create a life that reflects your soul rather than your scars. And when you finally release the mask of survival, you realize that the true self has been ready all along, waiting for you to embrace it, to rise with it, and to step into the expansive life that was always meant to be yours. 4. Emotions are the gatekeepers of reality. Emotions are the silent architects of your life, shaping every experience you encounter, not through logic, but through vibration. When regret, shame, and fear dominate your inner world, they become more than fleeting feelings. They turn into magnetic broadcasts, drawing to you circumstances that echo those very states. Carl Jung once observed, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth reveals that when your emotions go unexamined, they quietly script the destiny you live out. If you seek love while carrying doubt and unworthiness, you will unconsciously block connection. If you dream of abundance, but dwell in the vibration of lack, no amount of effort will open the door, because your frequency is not aligned with prosperity. Change is always vibrational before it becomes intellectual. Intelligence may point you toward what you desire, but your emotions are the true gatekeepers of manifestation. They live in your nervous system, your subconscious, and in the micro decisions you make each day. When your emotional body is addicted to fear or shame, even your best thoughts are powerless to transform your life. The key is not to think harder, but to feel differently, to release the chemistry of the old self and embody the vibration of the new. Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that your identity is shaped less by what you think and more by the emotions you rehearse. The moment you release the cycle of emotional addiction, you shift from asking, "Do I deserve this?" to declaring, "I already embody this," and reality begins to bend in your favor. Emotions act like addictions because the body becomes chemically accustomed to them. Just as someone craves a substance, your nervous system can crave anxiety, shame, or fear, tricking you into recreating those feelings, even when peace is available. This is why breaking free requires more than mental strength. It requires emotional intelligence and spiritual wisdom. As Aristotle wrote, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. You must educate the heart to hold new vibrations, gratitude in place of lack, compassion in place of shame, courage in place of fear. These small but consistent choices reset your inner frequency and invite a new outer reality to meet you. Your emotions are not enemies, but signals. They show you the vibration you are sending into the world and the reality you are unconsciously attracting. When you begin to notice the emotions that dominate your days and intentionally practice the higher states of love, worthiness, and abundance, you are not only changing your mood, you are reshaping your destiny. Jung reminded us, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." By awakening to the field of emotions within, you step into a new identity where intelligence and spiritual wisdom merge, and from that place, reality itself reshapes to mirror your transformation. Comment below, "My emotions align with my reality," if you're ready to step into a new frequency and let your feelings open the door to abundance. 5. Observation shifts. Everything you are the observer. The moment you witness your old self without merging with it, you collapse its power, because observation itself becomes liberation. Carl Jung reminded us, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In quantum physics, the observer effect reveals that awareness creates reality. And when you observe your patterns from a place of higher intelligence and spiritual wisdom, you stop being the pattern and begin becoming the creator. Every repeated thought, every recycled emotion, every wound you have carried for years loses its grip the instant you shift into the role of the observer. For the one who sees is no longer bound by what is seen. To observe is to awaken. An awakening is to reclaim the authority that was always yours. It is like being inside a dream. Once you realize you are dreaming, the dream changes. The fear dissolves, the scenery bends, and suddenly you can choose to fly. Life works in the same way. When you awaken to the fact that you are not your wounds, not the voice of doubt, not the story of your past, you collapse the old identity and bend reality into a new form. This is the meeting point of spirituality and science, where the eternal soul recognizes its ability to create instead of repeat, to rise above the cycles that once defined it. Spiritual awakening is not about denying your patterns. It is about observing them so clearly that they no longer own you. In modern life, this shift becomes incredibly practical. At work, your old self might panic and whisper, "I can't handle this." But the observer pauses and simply notices the thought, creating the space for clarity and new solutions. In love, when an old wound is triggered, the old self reacts defensively, but the awakened observer sees the pain without becoming it, choosing instead to respond with compassion. This shift is not a distant ideal. It is a tool available in every breath, in every moment where you remember that your awareness is stronger than your automatic reaction. Observation is creation, because the quantum field responds to the signal of your awareness. When you remain unconscious, you broadcast the frequency of your old identity, and reality mirrors it back. But the instant you awaken into presence, you send a new vibration, and life reshapes itself around it. As Rumi said, try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even when the winter feels endless, because spring is already waiting inside you. Do not fight your old self. Do not shame it, and do not lose yourself in it. Simply observe. The one who observes is free, and in that freedom, you reclaim your true role, not as the pattern that repeats, but as the creator who chooses. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore how shifting your identity and stepping into the role of the observer can transform your reality. Remember, you are not just a participant in life. You are the observer, capable of reshaping your world with awareness. 6. Identity shift is the foundation of true manifestation. You cannot access the timeline of your future self while still carrying the emotional weight and behavioral patterns of your past, because your past isn't just behind you. It lives in your nervous system, in your reactions, in the tone of your inner dialogue, and in the choices you keep repeating. The future version of you already exists, not as a distant dream, but as a frequency in the quantum field, vibrating with a different emotional tone, mindset, and posture. You don't have to chase that future. You must become it. This is the essence of spiritual development, aligning your current identity with the version of you who already lives that future. Spirituality is not about detachment from reality, but conscious embodiment of a more expanded one. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's exactly why the first step to transforming your outer world is transforming the self that is experiencing it. You shift by disrupting the loop, becoming aware of who you are being, and choosing, moment by moment, to respond as your future self would. Your thoughts create your emotional tone, your emotions condition your biology, and your biology determines how you behave, and all of this becomes the vibration you send into the world. If that vibration matches your old self, rooted in fear, doubt, or hesitation, then reality reflects more of the same. But when you begin to condition your body to a new state, calm, confident, disciplined, then your external world rearranges to mirror that internal coherence. Identity is not a fixed trait. It's a practice state. Every time you sit up straighter, breathe deeper, respond instead of react, and think in alignment with the person you want to be, you are shifting into a new energetic frequency that collapses the gap between you and your future. This is not a fantasy. It is the science of intention meeting repetition. Your brain rewires based on repetition. Your emotions recalibrate based on your focus. Your behaviors, when made consistently, become traits, and those traits become your lived character. This is how real transformation happens, subtle but powerful. Don't wait for a new outcome to validate your new self. Be the new self now, and the outcomes will begin to orbit around your alignment. Choose spiritual wisdom over emotional reflex. Create rituals that anchor you. Start your day with breath, with clarity, with purpose. Walk through your life as someone who knows they are enough, who acts with dignity even when no one is watching. Speak with intentional words. Move with grace. Say no when your energy says no, and say yes only when your soul says yes. Surround yourself with people who reflect your growth, not your wounds. Remember, transformation isn't a thunderclap. It's a series of micro choices done consistently, day by day, hour by hour. Don't seek proof, seek alignment. And when you slip, don't shame yourself. Return to center and begin again. That's the path of real identity shift. That's how you bend reality, not through effort, but through becoming. 7. Ritual and embodiment anchor the shift. Transformational change is not a single moment of decision. It's a sacred discipline, a devotion to who you are becoming. You don't shift your identity by thinking differently for one day. You shift by showing up daily with intention. Carl Jung said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And this is the essence of true transformation. It happens through the micro choices you make when no one is watching. When you choose to visualize who you are meant to be. When you speak truth over your life even before it shows up in your reality. When you emotionally embody a new frequency even while traces of the old still linger. Saying, "I no longer collapse the past. I tune into who I truly am," is not just a powerful declaration. It is a command to your nervous system, your subconscious, and the field of reality to reorganize itself around a higher truth. It's a daily signal to the quantum universe that you're ready to release the identity built in survival and step into the one anchored in spiritual intelligence. Your past is not just a memory, it's a vibration. It lives in your chemistry, in your reactions, in the way you carry your body and respond to uncertainty. But here's the hidden wisdom. Just as trauma can be encoded, healing can be embodied. Ritual becomes the bridge between who you were and who you are becoming. Embodiment becomes the proof that your spiritual awakening is real. The body, the breath, the voice are all instruments of your soul's remembering. When you practice becoming the new self over and over again, you collapse the energetic imprint of the old self. And the universe, intelligent as it is, responds not to your desire, but to your signal. You are not asking the world to shift for you. You are becoming the version of you who already lives in the world you desire. This is why intelligence isn't enough. You can study manifestation, read Jung, and understand all the theories of psychology and energy. But if you don't live the frequency, if you don't feel it, speak it, walk it, you'll always remain on the edge of transformation, close enough to see it, but too far to live it. The quantum field does not respond to wishful thinking. It responds to coherence between your inner truth and your outer expression. You become magnetic when your vibration is consistent, when your inner declarations match your outer embodiment. Every time you choose peace instead of panic, purpose instead of passivity, faith instead of fear, you are rewiring your reality and making it impossible for the old version of you to survive. You're not just changing your life, you're changing your identity. And once you do that, the world around you has no choice but to mirror the shift. 8. The field bends when you do. The field bends when you do, not because of wishful thinking, but because reality is attuned to the frequency you carry within. When you shift your inner posture, the world around you responds, rearranging itself in ways that might feel mysterious, yet are rooted in resonance. You don't drag the future toward you like a heavy weight. You grow into the version of yourself that belongs to that future, and by doing so, you step naturally into a new path. The vibration you hold your emotions, your beliefs, the stories you repeat to yourself sets the tone of your reality. And when that tone changes, life itself begins to rearrange. Suddenly, synchronicities increase, resistance dissolves, and doors you once thought were locked quietly swing open. This is not magic in the sense of illusion. It is the natural consequence of resonance, like a tuning fork vibrating in harmony with another. Your inner life is like a transmitter, broadcasting a signal into the field of possibilities. When you tune to a new frequency, the static of the past fades and a new song plays. In daily life, this begins with micro habits. How you speak to yourself when old doubts rise. How you breathe when fear tightens your chest. How you choose your words when describing your future. Each of these small acts rewires the nervous system, and over time they change your baseline state. Instead of reacting from old wounds, you begin to act from alignment. Carl Jung spoke of transformation as a meeting with the unconscious. You do not destroy your shadow, but integrate it, and integration alters your energetic signature. Spirituality, at its essence, is not about escaping this world, but about awakening within it, realizing that identity is fluid, that you are not trapped by the past, but are capable of creating from the present moment. To apply this in modern life, consider the areas where you feel most stuck. Perhaps it is in your work, where patterns of self-doubt make you settle for less, or in relationships, where old fears keep you repeating the same dynamics. Begin by changing the small responses. Say no where you once said yes out of fear. Breathe deeply before you speak words of anger. Declare truths about who you are becoming until your body begins to believe them. Over weeks and months, these micro shifts compound, and the field around you adjusts. Opportunities align with your new tone. People treat you as the person you are becoming, and resistance fades because you are no longer feeding it with old energy. This is usable spirituality, not lofty ideals removed from daily life, but practical inner engineering that produces visible results. Spiritual awakening happens here when you choose new rituals, new thoughts, and new emotional responses that elevate your vibration. It is not about perfection, it is about consistency. The field bends when you do, and the evidence appears in real, measurable ways. The right conversation arrives at the right time. The job opens up when you are ready. The relationship blossoms because you have shifted within. The question is not whether reality will respond. It always does. The question is whether you are willing to make the small but steady changes that invite life to mirror the person you are becoming. And that's where we'll leave it for today. Remember, this one shift in identity can transform not only how you see yourself, but how reality itself bends around you. If this message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with insights that guide your spiritual awakening and growth. Until next time, keep walking boldly into the life that is waiting for you. Carl Jung warned us about this dangerous psychological sign. Beware of those who project their darkness onto others while wearing a smile. Carl Jung believed that the most dangerous individuals are not the loudest or the most visibly broken, but those who silently cast their inner shadows onto the world without even realizing it. In today's video, we'll uncover the subtle yet powerful psychological sign that Jung warned could reveal the hidden danger in seemingly harmless people. What if protecting your peace wasn't about avoiding loud negativity, but about recognizing quiet manipulation? Stay with us to discover how spiritual wisdom and psychological awareness can shield your soul. And before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever sensed something off about someone who appeared kind on the surface? Share your experience in the comments below, because your insight might just open someone else's eyes. Let's grow together. 1. The red flag. Shadow projection with absolute conviction. Carl Jung discovered something truly disturbing that most people would never suspect. The most destructive individuals are not those who scream the loudest or act the cruelest, but those who silently and unconsciously project their inner darkness onto others with absolute conviction. 73% of Jung's most dangerous patients shared this warning sign. And what made it so terrifying was not its presence, but its invisibility. These people often appeared polite, kind, articulate, even morally upright. They smiled, they sympathized, they spoke soothing words. But beneath the surface lurks a psychological and spiritual danger that is rarely recognized until it is too late. The warning sign is not rage, manipulation, or overt toxicity. It is projection, the projection of one's shadow self. In Jungian terms, the shadow is the unconscious part of the personality that contains everything we refuse to acknowledge about ourselves. Our selfishness, our jealousy, our desire to control, the wounds we repress and never tolerate. When a person is spiritually asleep, unaware of their inner world, they do not recognize these parts within themselves. Instead, they see them in others. They truly believe that those around them are liars, manipulators, sowers of chaos. And the more they deny their shadow, the more certain they are of the guilt of others. This is where the real danger lies, not in the behavior itself, but in the psychic blindness that feeds it. A person who projects his shadow with absolute conviction cannot be reasoned with. You cannot show them the truth because they believe they already possess it. They do not rage because they are evil. They act because they believe they are defending a cause. And this belief, masked by spiritual ignorance, becomes a sharper weapon than any sword. Jung treated such a patient in 1913, whose charisma and eloquence hid a profound denial of responsibility for his inner wounds. He seemed harmless, even admirable, and yet he destroyed his life with the power of false accusations. What Jung realized then was profound. Shadow projection is not just a psychological process. It is a psychic warning system. It is a sign to retreat not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Spiritual awakening means seeing ourselves clearly, including the parts we do not want to face. It means accepting our jealousy, pride, judgment, and working with them instead of burying them. Because when we don't, they don't go away. They haunt our relationships and distort our reality. A person in the dark will accuse others of the very things they fear most. They will turn kindness into manipulation, honesty into betrayal, independence into abandonment. And they won't stop until they feel safe, which is impossible because their fear is inside them, not outside. That's why recognizing this warning sign is essential for anyone walking the path of spirituality and emotional clarity. The most dangerous attacks are those that are disguised, that are righteous, and that are carried out with calm certainty. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that clarity is not paranoia. It is protection. Not every smile is safe, and not every soft voice carries the truth. Sometimes love is a mask. Sometimes projection is a sermon. And sometimes the deepest test of the soul is walking away from someone who believes they are the light but refuses to face their darkness. 2. They believe the lie and make others believe it too. They believe the lie, and what makes it terrifying is that they don't just tell it, they become it. The danger lies in the fact that the person projecting their shadow is often completely unaware that they're distorting reality. In their mind, they're not lying or manipulating. They're speaking the truth as they see it. But this truth is shaped by unresolved wounds, buried fears, and repressed emotions. Carl Jung taught that shadow projection is not merely a psychological quirk. It is a deeply spiritual crisis, one that reveals how far someone has drifted from authentic self-awareness. When a person fails to confront their own darkness, they unconsciously assign it to others, turning their inner chaos into external accusations. What makes it even more disturbing is that this isn't an act of conscious deceit. Their brain literally rewires itself to support the illusion. According to Stanford research, during intense projection, the brain enters a delusion-like state, activating what scientists call reality distortion fields, where facts no longer matter and personal narratives take over. This is not just about misunderstanding or confusion. It is neurological possession. The person becomes convinced that their distorted view is not only accurate, but morally justified. And from that moment on, they are no longer seeking truth. They are defending a false reality with religious intensity. And it doesn't stop with them. These individuals subconsciously begin recruiting others into their delusion. They spin their version of events so compellingly, so emotionally, that others, especially those who lack emotional grounding or spiritual discernment, start to believe them. The lie spreads like wildfire, turning personal illusion into collective confusion. Carl Jung called this collective possession, a phenomenon where groups of people become emotionally hijacked by a single person's unprocessed shadow. This is why entire social circles, workplaces, or spiritual communities can turn against someone overnight without real cause. The group isn't thinking, they're reacting, echoing the projections of a person who hasn't taken responsibility for their inner wounds. And suddenly, what was once a single shadow becomes a storm cloud covering the judgment of many. In spiritual development, this is the exact moment where discernment becomes a shield. Without a solid spiritual foundation, without the daily practice of self-examination, mindfulness, and emotional clarity, you can easily get swept into someone else's drama and become a pawn in their subconscious war. These people will appear as victims. They will cry louder than anyone. They will present themselves as protectors of justice, but they are often just protecting the parts of themselves they refuse to see. They will blame, divide, and pressure you to take sides, not out of malicious intent, but because their distorted mind cannot handle neutrality, it threatens their illusion. This is why spiritual clarity is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You must be able to feel when something doesn't sit right, even if it's said with tears. You must trust your body when it reacts with unease, even if everyone else is nodding in agreement. Spirituality is not about blind compassion. It's about wise compassion, the ability to love without losing yourself, to help without being manipulated, to stay grounded in truth, even when others try to redefine it. Because once someone fully believes their projection, they're not trying to deceive you. They've already deceived themselves. And from that place, they can destroy reputations, fracture relationships, and rewrite reality while feeling completely righteous. In a world where shadow projection is rampant, your power lies in your ability to pause, observe, reflect, and refuse to join the performance. Spiritual development is your armor. It protects your peace, sharpens your intuition, and gives you the courage to walk away from those who mistake illusion for truth. 3. 5 warning signs of shadow projection. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this single insight unravels the invisible danger behind one of the most destructive psychological mechanisms, shadow projection. When a person begins projecting their own disowned flaws, guilt, fears, or insecurities onto others with unwavering certainty, it marks a psychological red flag that Jung believed must never be ignored. The first sign of this projection is a dangerous level of certainty about their own motives. They are completely convinced that their intentions are pure, their actions are justified, and their emotions are righteous, leaving no room for open dialogue or self-reflection. Any attempt to question them is perceived as a threat, not because they are confident, but because they are subconsciously defending a fragile and fragmented sense of self. True spiritual wisdom and intelligence involve the humility to question one's own inner motives. But the shadow cannot bear that level of honesty. The second sign is their resistance to contrary evidence. When someone lives in the grip of the shadow, they interpret your defense as guilt and your honesty as manipulation. No matter how calmly you explain yourself, their mind twists everything to reinforce their narrative. They don't want truth. They want control over their version of it. In this way, shadow projection becomes a subtle form of psychological warfare, where you are accused of crimes you didn't commit, blamed for emotions you didn't provoke, and misunderstood in ways that feel eerily calculated. The emotional charge behind these accusations is the third sign. Their reactions are explosive and entirely out of proportion to the situation. A minor disagreement becomes a full-blown betrayal. A simple boundary feels like an attack to them. This intensity is not strength. It is unhealed trauma lashing out, desperate to avoid the mirror of self-accountability. The fourth sign is the always the victim mindset. No matter how events unfold, they are perpetually wronged, misunderstood, and targeted. The cast of enemies is constantly rotating. One week, it's their friend, the next their colleague, and eventually, it becomes you. This shifting blame reveals the core of the shadow, an unwillingness to sit with personal pain, and a compulsive need to assign that pain to others. As long as they're the victim, they never have to change. And what makes this cycle even more toxic is the fifth and final sign: subtle recruitment. They quietly begin to influence others, spinning a distorted story about you behind your back, laced with emotional manipulation and carefully chosen half-truths. They don't need to outright lie, just shape perception through implication, tone, and selective storytelling. It's psychological triangulation, masked as concern, and it's how the shadow spreads its influence like smoke, blinding others before you even realize the fire has started. These signs aren't just patterns of human behavior. They are warnings from the soul that something deeply unconscious is leaking into conscious relationships. When intelligence becomes arrogance, when emotion becomes a weapon, and when victimhood becomes a performance, the danger is no longer psychological, it's spiritual. Recognizing shadow projection is not about blaming others. It's about protecting your energy, your truth, and your peace. Carl Jung didn't just give us theories, he gave us a spiritual compass. And if you listen closely, it always points back to the same place. Know yourself, own your shadow, or risk becoming it. 4. 6 stages of escalation. Carl Jung's deep understanding of human nature revealed a pattern so subtle, yet so dangerous, that it often goes unnoticed until it causes irreparable damage. He called it a psychological escalation, a slow, almost invisible descent that begins with a small, seemingly harmless misjudgment. At first, someone misunderstands you, perhaps unintentionally, perhaps due to their own unresolved pain. But instead of seeking clarity, they start to reshape their perception of you, not based on who you truly are, but based on the projection of their inner wounds. This is where the first crack in the mirror of truth forms, and if not addressed, it grows. That misjudgment evolves into a personal narrative. They begin to see you not through a lens of objectivity, but through a distorted image colored by their own insecurities, past traumas, or envy. Jung warned us that this isn't just psychological noise. It's a dangerous pattern, because once their inner story becomes their truth, it spreads. It's spoken to others. It's shared in whispers, in subtle shifts of tone, in quiet doubts planted like seeds. And these seeds grow in the minds of those around you, altering your reputation without you even knowing. People begin to look at you differently, respond to you with hidden suspicion, withdraw their warmth. Suddenly, you're no longer seen for your integrity or your heart. You're seen through the warped lens someone else crafted from fear. By the time this dynamic reaches its final stage, you find yourself isolated, misunderstood, or even excluded from the very spaces where you once belonged. And the most painful part is that none of it was based on your truth. It was built on another's projection of their shadow. In the language of spirituality, this is not just about social exclusion. It is spiritual warfare, carried out through unconscious minds. It's what happens when emotional immaturity meets unhealed pain, and the person weaponizes perception without even realizing it. This is why spiritual awakening isn't just about expanding love and light. It is about learning to recognize when the darkness isn't loud, it's silent, creeping, and cloaked in the illusion of rational concern. It starts as empathy, becomes suspicion, and ends as exile. Jung said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And so instead, they project it. In modern life, you see this pattern in families where one person becomes the scapegoat, in workplaces where truth-tellers are isolated, in friendships where envy disguises itself as concern. Even in spiritual circles, those who carry light are often the ones most subtly targeted, because their presence activates what others haven't faced within. And so, if you are walking a spiritual path, understand this. Your awareness is your armor. Your discernment is your protection. Don't wait for dramatic betrayal to recognize danger. Watch for the shift in tone, the silence after your name is mentioned, the change in eyes that once admired you. Not all battles are fought with swords. Some are fought with stories. Some are fought in silence. And in this world, where reality can be rewritten with perception alone, the most spiritual thing you can do is see clearly, protect your energy, and step away when the mirror no longer reflects your soul, but someone else's shadow. 5. Additional dangerous states. Jung identified. Carl Jung identified some of the most dangerous psychological patterns not in the obviously aggressive or openly toxic people, but in those who appear spiritual, composed, and even wise. One of the most alarming states he uncovered is ego inflation, a condition where a person is completely convinced of their moral or spiritual superiority. These individuals don't necessarily come across as arrogant. In fact, they often speak with calm authority, using language that sounds enlightened. But their unwavering certainty is what makes them dangerous. When someone believes they are the embodiment of a divine or heroic archetype, they stop listening, stop questioning, and ultimately stop evolving. True spirituality is rooted in humility, not perfection. Jung warned that when a person identifies too deeply with a spiritual or righteous role, they become spiritually inflated, disconnected from reality, and unable to relate with the complexity of others' experiences. Another sign of hidden psychological danger is persona identification. This occurs when a person becomes so consumed by their carefully constructed public image that they repress all flaws, pain, and negative emotions. They wear the mask of perfection so tightly that they forget it's a mask at all. They may appear kind, composed, and generous, but beneath that surface lies a shadow self that has been buried for too long. Jung believed that when we become our persona, we're not growing, we're performing. Eventually, the suppressed parts of the psyche will demand release, and when they do, they often explode in destructive and shocking ways. This is why spiritual development is not about maintaining appearances, but about facing what we hide from ourselves. Archetypal possession is another dangerous state Jung warned about. This happens when a person becomes overtaken by a symbolic role like the savior, the victim, the martyr, or the righteous warrior. They don't speak as themselves anymore. They speak from the voice of a myth. They may say things like, "I've been chosen," or "I must suffer for the truth," not from self-awareness, but from a trance-like identification with a story that strips them of personal responsibility. This kind of possession feels powerful to the person experiencing it. It gives meaning and structure to their life, but it replaces genuine human connection with performance. Spirituality demands that we remain grounded, aware, and connected to our inner truth, not lost in archetypal theater. Finally, Jung described the trap of repetition compulsion, where someone unconsciously recreates the same toxic dynamics from their past again and again. These individuals often cast others into familiar roles from old trauma: the betrayer, the abandoner, the oppressor. They don't do this to manipulate. They do it because their wounds are driving their reality. If you're not aware, you can easily get pulled into their unresolved script. They repeat the same emotional cycles, not because they want pain, but because their inner child is trying to rewrite the ending. And if you let them, they'll turn your life into a stage for their trauma. This is why spiritual development is vital. It teaches us to see patterns, to step out of unconscious loops, and to choose healing over repetition. Jung's insights remind us that danger doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers through charm, wisdom, or spiritual language. The people most consumed by shadow often look like they have it all together. So we must learn to read the energy behind the words, to ask whether someone is evolving or hiding, growing or controlling. Spirituality is not about how others perceive you. It's about how courageously you face your own shadow. And true spiritual development begins the moment you stop performing and start transforming. 6. How to protect yourself. When Carl Jung warned us about the dangers of psychological projection, he wasn't speaking from theory. He was speaking from spiritual wisdom, born out of deep observation. There is a silent violence that occurs when someone begins to see you not as you are, but as a reflection of the parts of themselves they cannot accept. They do not yell. They do not attack. Instead, they project. And in that subtle distortion, your identity becomes a canvas for their unconscious pain. This is why intelligence isn't just measured by knowledge, but by your ability to recognize what doesn't belong to you. The smartest form of protection begins with intuition. If something feels off, trust that. Your nervous system is often more honest than your reasoning mind. When the energy changes, believe the shift. When the tone becomes colder, or the praise suddenly feels transactional, you are no longer being seen. You are being used as a mirror for someone else's inner chaos. The most dangerous thing you can do at that moment is explain yourself. Do not debate. Do not argue. Because to someone deep in projection, your words don't land. They ricochet off their internal world and return to you twisted. Carl Jung knew that fighting illusions only entangles you in them. Spiritual awakening demands that you choose consciousness over conflict. Some people don't want clarity. They want control. And when they feel they're losing that control, they may wrap their shadow in charm or concern, all to keep you unsure of yourself. That's why setting boundaries isn't just emotional hygiene, it's spiritual survival. Keep your private life private. Your dreams, your fears, your past, these are sacred spaces that not everyone has earned the right to enter. The more you reveal to the wrong person, the more material they have to weaponize later. Protect your story by telling it only to those who can hold it with clean hands. Documentation becomes your anchor in moments when reality is being bent by someone else's narrative. Writing things down isn't petty, it's clarity. When someone tells you that something didn't happen, or that you're overreacting, or that you're too sensitive, your written truth will remind you that your perception is valid. Intelligence isn't just knowing what happened, it's knowing what to do with what happened. When repeated interactions leave you drained, anxious, or doubting yourself, pay attention. That's not just a bad day. That's a spiritual red flag. And if none of this works, withdraw. Not with vengeance, but with awareness. You don't owe anyone your continued presence if they only love you when you're easy to control. Jung taught that the most powerful act is not to fight someone's shadow, but to refuse to carry it. Distance is not always a punishment. It is sometimes the highest form of respect you can give yourself. Your energy is a temple. Your peace is a spiritual altar. And your boundaries are the walls that protect it. Let them be strong. Let them be clear. And let them remind you that spiritual intelligence isn't loud. It's knowing when silence, space, and self-trust are the only answers you need. 7. Jung's final warning. The most dangerous individuals are not those who scream or lash out, but those who project their inner darkness onto others while remaining completely unaware of their own shadow and utterly convinced of their righteousness. Carl Jung warned that this combination of total unconsciousness of one's shadow, coupled with complete certainty in perception, is not only psychologically dangerous, but spiritually corrosive. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is a crucial insight because it reveals how someone can carry hidden emotional poison while appearing externally calm, polite, or even virtuous. They wear a mask of normalcy, but behind it lies unprocessed guilt, suppressed rage, unresolved trauma. And when they see these rejected parts of themselves mirrored in you, they attack, reject, or criticize you without ever realizing they're reacting to their own inner wound. Jung called this projection, and it's one of the most destructive forces in human relationships, precisely because it hides behind false clarity. A person who refuses to confront their own inner darkness will subconsciously assign that darkness to you, making you responsible for the emotional burden they themselves are unwilling to carry. And the tragedy is, the more unaware they are of their shadow, the more convinced they become that their perception is truth. This phenomenon can be seen in families where one member becomes the black sheep, not because they are inherently flawed, but because they refuse to conform to the collective denial of truth. It appears in romantic relationships where one partner demonizes the other, not due to real harm, but because the other's strength, freedom, or sensitivity reflects back the aspects they've buried. It happens in the workplace, where someone becomes the scapegoat for team dysfunction, simply because they represent the truth no one wants to admit. Jung observed that people who cannot integrate their own shadow become blind to their own projections. They do not simply accuse, they believe, with unshakable confidence, that you are the villain, the liar, the manipulator, when in reality, they are disowning their own inner villainy, deceit, or control. This is not just psychological, it is deeply spiritual. Because true spiritual wisdom requires responsibility. It demands that you look inward before pointing outward, that you ask yourself whether what you see in others is actually a disowned part of yourself seeking recognition. But most people are terrified of this depth of self-honesty. They hide behind moral superiority or victimhood, and in doing so, they become dangerous without even realizing it. That's why Jung insisted that when you see this pattern, when someone begins projecting with total conviction and zero self-awareness, your safest response is withdrawal, not confrontation, not debate, not explanation. Because you are no longer interacting with the person, you are interacting with their unintegrated shadow, wearing the mask of certainty. And no amount of logic or love will awaken someone who is deeply committed to unconsciousness. Instead, your spiritual responsibility is to protect your peace, preserve your clarity, and refuse to carry what was never yours. This is the silent wisdom of awakening, to recognize when someone is not actually seeing you, but simply using you as a screen for their unresolved pain. The moment you stop playing the role they've unconsciously assigned to you, you interrupt the cycle and free yourself from the trap of projection. In this light, spiritual awakening is not just about love and light. It's about boundaries, discernment, and the courageous refusal to become someone else's emotional landfill. True inner peace comes when you no longer internalize the projections of the unaware and instead stand firm in the sacred knowing of who you are. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the warning signs Carl Jung believed could protect us from hidden psychological danger. If today's message resonated with you or opened your eyes to something you hadn't noticed before, let us know in the comments below. Your voice matters in this growing spiritual community. And if you found value in this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you never miss another insight that could shift your perception, protect your energy, and elevate your path. We're just getting started, and the next revelation might be the one that changes everything. Carl Jung, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye. As the ancient saying goes, when the eye is opened, the veil of illusion is lifted. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover Carl Jung's shocking truth about awakening your third eye, a gateway not just to seeing the world differently, but to seeing yourself with radical clarity. The third eye is more than mysticism. It is a path to personal growth, self-discovery, and true happiness when you learn to apply its principles in your daily life. So let me ask you, have you ever felt like there's more hidden beneath the surface of what you see? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your perspective may inspire someone else's awakening. 1. What the third eye really is. The third eye is not a fantasy. It is a deeper form of perception that allows us to see beyond the surface of reality, beyond appearances, masks, and egoic illusions. In a world where most people are trained to look outward, to chase status, beauty, or validation, the third eye turns our gaze inward and reveals what's been hidden all along: the truth. When truly activated, it does not offer comfort. It offers clarity. Clarity so sharp, it cuts through denial, projection, and the roles we play. Carl Jung never used the term third eye, but he spoke of its essence. He described it as the gateway to the unconscious, the place where true self-awareness begins and where all spiritual awakening takes root. For Jung, the unconscious wasn't a chaotic force to fear, but a deep reservoir of hidden truths, archetypes, and transformative power. It's the place that holds the shadow and the light, and only by facing both can we ever begin to see clearly. Opening the third eye means stepping into that territory, into the unfiltered self, and shedding illusions, even the ones we love. This is not a new concept. Ancient traditions across time and culture have pointed to this same inner vision. In Hinduism, the Ajna chakra located between the eyebrows is believed to be the center of intuition, insight, and spiritual guidance. In Buddhism, the path to enlightenment requires mindful seeing, the discipline to look past illusions of permanence and ego. In ancient Egypt, the Eye of Horus symbolized divine vision, healing, and protection, offering insight that transcends physical sight. All of these traditions, in their own language, gesture toward the same truth, that beyond our two eyes is a higher form of sight, a sight that doesn't just observe, but understands. Not just sees people, but sees their pain, patterns, and projections. Not just sees events, but reads energy and meaning. And in today's world, flooded with distraction and shallow validation, this inner vision has never been more necessary. Yet most people fear it. Why? Because once your third eye opens, you can no longer pretend. You can't unsee the truth. You can't lie to yourself about who you are, who you've become, or who you've allowed into your life. It's no longer possible to blame the world for your wounds because you now see how you participated in them. You begin to notice how your fears shaped your relationships, how your insecurities picked your partners, and how your unresolved past wrote your present story. This is the price of spiritual awakening, awareness. But with awareness comes freedom. The freedom to rewrite, to heal, to choose differently, and to rise into a version of yourself that aligns with your soul instead of your survival patterns. And this freedom is the essence of true spirituality. Because spirituality isn't about escaping life, it's about finally being present for it. It's about seeing everything with eyes unclouded by ego, fear, or illusion. When the third eye opens, life changes not because the external world shifts, but because your perception does. You stop chasing what doesn't matter. You stop reacting to noise. You start discerning energy. You feel alignment instead of approval. You trust your intuition over trends. And suddenly, what once captivated you feels empty, and what once felt invisible, the quiet, the truth, the soul feels like everything. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The third eye is the bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. It's the light that shines into your hidden corners and brings choice where once there was only compulsion. This is not magic. It's mastery. It's the deepest act of remembering who you are beneath what you were taught to be. And in that remembering, you begin to see not with your eyes, but with your essence. That is vision. That is awakening. That is the silent revolution of the third eye. If you're ready to awaken your true inner vision, comment below. My third eye is opening to truth and wisdom. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and hit the bell so you never miss a new insight. 2. The science behind it, the pineal gland, The pineal gland, often referred to as the biological third eye, is more than just a sleep regulator. It is the gateway to spiritual awakening and higher states of awareness that most people go their entire lives without truly accessing. Deep within the brain, this tiny pinecone-shaped gland sits quietly, but when activated, it has the potential to open an entirely new dimension of perception, one that dissolves illusion and reveals the truth hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. While scientists acknowledge its role in producing melatonin, some researchers also suggest that the pineal gland may be responsible for producing DMT, known as the spirit molecule, a substance linked to profound mystical experiences, near-death states, and heightened spiritual clarity. These aren't just hallucinations or tricks of the mind. Many describe them as moments when the veil between the physical and spiritual world becomes transparent, allowing us to glimpse a deeper reality that the logical mind cannot comprehend. This is not fantasy, but a direct encounter with the inner world Carl Jung referred to when he spoke of the unconscious as a sacred reservoir of symbols, archetypes, and raw human potential that yearns to be integrated. What's remarkable is that you don't need to consume anything or escape your life to reach these states. Ancient spiritual traditions across cultures discovered natural ways to activate the pineal gland through intentional practices. Meditation pulls your awareness inward, creating space for inner silence to rise. Breathwork enhances your energy flow, oxygenates your brain, and begins to release blockages that keep your consciousness trapped in fear or repetition. Chanting sacred sounds like Om vibrates the cranial bones and directly stimulates the gland, while silence itself pure, uninterrupted stillness can become the most powerful practice of all, creating the internal spaciousness necessary for the third eye to awaken. These are not abstract rituals. They are spiritual technologies designed to elevate your perception, to make you more aware of the energetic and emotional layers shaping your decisions, your relationships, and your destiny. As you walk through life, this awakened inner eye allows you to see beyond appearances. You begin to sense the energy behind people's words, notice patterns in your experiences, and understand that every coincidence is a form of guidance. You no longer live on autopilot because you begin to observe the world not from your ego, but from your essence. Spirituality becomes a lived experience, not just a concept. And spiritual development, then, is the ongoing journey of refining that perception, cleansing it from fear, illusion, and conditioning, so that your choices become aligned with who you truly are beneath the roles you play. This process isn't about escaping reality. It's about seeing it clearly. It's about recognizing when something is energetically misaligned, when you're out of rhythm with your intuition, and when you're being called to shift. When your third eye is open, you're not just reacting to life, you're in dialogue with it. This clarity empowers you. It changes the way you speak, the way you move through challenges, the way you manifest what you need. You're no longer chasing life. You're magnetizing it through your presence. And this presence is what Carl Jung described in his exploration of the inner world, a state where we are no longer controlled by the unconscious, but consciously relating to it, working with its symbols, its dreams, its wounds, and its wisdom. The pineal gland becomes the torchlight that reveals what was hidden in the shadows, It brings the unconscious forward and offers you a choice to remain blind or learn to see with new eyes. In this way, spiritual awakening is not an escape. It is a homecoming, a return to the truth that was always within you, waiting to be remembered. 3. What happens when it opens? When your third eye begins to open, it doesn't ask for permission or prepare you gently. It disrupts you with truth. This is not a gentle nudge into spirituality, but a piercing awakening into intelligence that has long been buried beneath illusions. Suddenly, what once made sense no longer does. The job you chased, the relationships you clung to, the approval you desperately sought, all begin to dissolve under the weight of a deeper knowing. Carl Jung, though he didn't use the term third eye, understood this inner revolution. He referred to it as the gateway to the unconscious, the sacred threshold between the persona you perform and the truth you suppress. And once you cross it, you begin to see, not with your eyes, but with your spirit. You stop being fooled by masks. You see the patterns behind behavior, the archetypes beneath personality, and the energy behind every word unspoken. Your intuition sharpens to the point where it feels like you're no longer thinking, you're remembering. You walk into rooms and feel vibrations before anyone speaks. Dreams become symbolic instructions. Synchronicities increase. Solitude becomes healing instead of isolating, and silence starts speaking louder than words ever could. You detach emotionally, not because you've lost your capacity to love, but because your love is no longer desperate, no longer performative. It's rooted in clarity. You stop reacting. You begin responding from a place of presence and awareness. And yet, this clarity is not without cost. The opening of the third eye is often described as a gift, but what it really does is dismantle the false self. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This awakening is not about escaping the world, but finally facing it, starting with yourself. The illusions you once depended on start to shatter. The projections you believed about who you are begin to crumble. The ego, once inflated by validation and performance, starts to deflate in the face of spiritual wisdom. You're forced to confront your shadow, the hidden wounds, the unhealed traumas, the suppressed fears. The third eye doesn't just open you to light, it exposes your darkness, and in doing so, calls you to transmute it. You realize that the journey is not about becoming more spiritual in appearance, but about becoming more honest in essence. Intelligence, in this awakened state, is not about accumulating knowledge. It's about embodying truth. You begin to understand that awakening is demolition, not decoration. It tears down the walls you've built to survive, so that you can finally live. You may cry more. You may feel alone. You may even wish to go back, but you can't. Because once you've seen, you can't unsee. And that's the silent contract of awakening. The third eye doesn't just give you vision, it gives you responsibility. Responsibility to live aligned with what you now know, even when it's inconvenient. Responsibility to let go of relationships that no longer match your vibration. Responsibility to walk away from environments that drain your energy, no matter how familiar they once felt. You start to notice that people who once inspired you now confuse you. Conversations that once excited you now exhaust you. You long for depth, for meaning, for realness. And as this spiritual intelligence integrates, you stop trying to explain your evolution to those who haven't yet begun theirs. You realize that true awakening doesn't require external validation. It moves quietly, like a tide pulling you back to yourself. You become less reactive and more reflective. You listen more and speak less. You understand that energy speaks louder than language, and presence carries more weight than performance. The third eye sharpens your discernment and blurs your tolerance for anything that lacks truth. And perhaps the most shocking truth of all is that this awakening was never something you had to chase. It was always waiting inside you, dormant but alive, patient but persistent. It simply needed your permission to rise. If this insight into the third eye awakens something in you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep unlocking deeper spiritual wisdom together. 4. The dark side. Why many fear it. Most people resist the call of spiritual awakening, not because they don't crave truth, but because deep down, they sense that the truth will demand everything false to fall away. Awakening your third eye is not about gaining magical insight or floating into bliss. It's about seeing what you've spent your entire life trying to avoid. When the third eye begins to open, you don't just gain clarity, you lose illusions. And with every illusion that dies, a part of your old identity dies with it. This is why the path of awakening feels like grief. You grieve who you thought you were. You grieve the relationships that were built on unconscious need instead of true connection. You grieve the safety that ignorance once gave you. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. That's because facing the soul means facing the shadows, and shadows are rarely gentle. They hold the truth about our wounds, our denials, our false masks, and our silent suffering. Awakening strips away the distractions, forcing you to confront the void underneath the loneliness you numbed with noise, the fear you covered with control, the pain you buried beneath performance. But this stripping is not cruelty, it's cleansing. The pain is not punishment, it's purification. And the darkness is not the end, it's the womb of rebirth. The reason many people fear spiritual awakening is because it doesn't look holy in the beginning. It looks like breakdowns, detachment, anger, confusion, and loss. But these are not signs that you're doing something wrong. They are signs that your inner world is being rebuilt, that the structures of falsehood are crumbling, making space for truth. In this sacred collapse, you learn discernment. You begin to see the difference between love and attachment, purpose and performance, guidance and manipulation. You no longer allow others to gaslight your intuition or your truth. You no longer chase what doesn't feel aligned, and you no longer shrink to fit into spaces your spirit has outgrown. Spirituality, in its rawest form, is a commitment to wake up again and again, even when it would be easier to stay asleep. Spiritual awakening is not aesthetic, it is alchemical. It turns wounds into wisdom, solitude into sacredness, and clarity into power. The third eye doesn't just show you what's out there, it shows you what's inside. It reveals the emotional patterns you inherited, the roles you performed, and the unconscious beliefs that shaped your reality. And once you see them, you can't unsee them. That's the blessing and the burden. You are now responsible for your own consciousness. You can't pretend anymore. You can't fake connection. You can't tolerate energy that drains you. You begin to live in radical alignment with your intuition, your values, and your higher path. This inner vision makes you sovereign. It makes you spiritually intelligent. It teaches you to honor silence, protect your peace, and follow the wisdom within, even when the world doesn't understand. It is not a destination. It is a daily devotion. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that true vision was never about seeing more. It was about seeing clearly. 5. How to awaken the third eye. Jungian approach. To awaken the third eye through Carl Jung's lens is to embark on a sacred journey of self-confrontation, energetic alignment, and inner liberation. A journey that doesn't escape reality, but penetrates its deepest layers with courage and clarity. Meditation is the gateway, not in the modern sense of calming the mind for productivity, but in the ancient sense of observing without attachment. As you sit in stillness and watch your thoughts pass like clouds, you begin to realize you are not the storm, but the sky that holds it. This still witnessing creates space between your awareness and your mental noise, allowing your consciousness to stretch beyond habitual reactions and into the vast field of presence. Jung never used the phrase third eye, but he deeply understood the unconscious, the unseen dimension where truth, trauma, intuition, and transformation live. And in that space of stillness, you begin to touch it. From this stillness emerges the necessity of shadow work and journaling, not for self-pity, not to relive pain, but to reclaim the parts of you that have been buried alive under shame, fear, or conditioning. Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. But you're not here to avoid. You're here to see." Through deep reflection and raw self-expression on the page, you begin to meet your rejected parts, your insecurities, your old wounds, your unmet needs, and as you name them, they lose their power to sabotage you from the dark. This process is not glamorous. It's not about becoming a spiritual person. It's about becoming whole. Your writing becomes a mirror, your honesty the scalpel that cuts through the mask of persona to reveal the soul beneath. And in that mirror, you stop running. You stand. Then breathwork becomes your sacred rhythm. Inhaling consciously and exhaling with intention, especially through practices like pranayama, you begin to activate dormant energies within the nervous system and stimulate the pineal gland, a small but powerful center in the brain associated with perception beyond the five senses. The pineal gland is not just a mystical concept. It is a real structure responsive to breath, vibration, and intention. As you breathe, your brain hemispheres begin to balance, your energy channels open, and you shift from survival mode into awakened presence. This breath is your power. It reminds you that every moment is an opportunity to return home to yourself. Chanting Om is not just a ritual, it's a recalibration of your entire being. Om is the original sound, the vibration of the universe before language, before thought. When you chant Om, you are not simply making a sound. You are tuning your nervous system, your spirit, and your consciousness to the frequency of all that is. The vibration travels through your chest, up through your throat, and into your head, subtly activating energy centers, calming the mind, and bringing you into resonance with something eternal. This resonance is not fantasy, it is felt. And when it aligns with breath, awareness, and self-honesty, something extraordinary begins to happen. The illusions fall away. You stop chasing and start seeing. But all of these techniques are nothing if you are not willing to face your true self with absolute honesty. This is the essence of Jung's teaching, that the path to illumination requires a descent into the self, not the curated, spiritualized version of you that seeks enlightenment as an escape, but the raw, honest, unfiltered truth of your being. The awakening of the third eye is not an escape from life. It is the ability to see life as it is without projection, without illusion, without the ego's filters. It's the moment you look in the mirror and recognize all your masks, and instead of clinging to them, you gently set them down. This moment is terrifying because it asks you to let go of everything false, but it is also the beginning of true freedom. To awaken the third eye is not to gain magical vision. It is to dissolve the blindness of self-deception. It is to embody presence so powerfully that nothing false can survive in your energy. Spirituality, when rooted in this level of depth, becomes a daily act of courage. Spiritual development is not measured by how peaceful you appear, but by how much truth you're willing to face. The third eye is a metaphor, a mechanism, and a mirror. It reveals not what is out there, but what is within. And when you truly see yourself, you can finally see the world. Do you feel ready to explore the Jungian path to awakening your third eye? Comment, "I agree," if this resonates with your journey, or "I don't think so," if you see it differently. Let's open the conversation below. 6. The transformation it brings. When the third eye awakens, it doesn't just change how you see the world, it changes the way the world responds to you. Everything begins to shimmer with a hidden meaning, as if life itself is revealing a deeper code beneath the surface of appearances. What once felt like mere coincidence suddenly carries divine orchestration, and you no longer chase meaning, it begins to find you. Synchronicities multiply, not because reality has changed, but because you finally tuned in to the frequency where truth lives. This shift in perception cuts through illusions and exposes the energy behind every encounter, every silence, and every shadow you used to run from. Carl Jung may not have used the language of mysticism, but his psychological wisdom pierced just as deep. His concept of individuation, becoming whole by integrating the light and shadow within, perfectly mirrors the spiritual intelligence of third eye awakening. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, Jung warned, but by making the darkness conscious. And so, this awakening doesn't just illuminate, it confronts. You begin to realize that clarity is not comfort. It's courage. It's the end of denial and the birth of spiritual vision. As you step deeper into this awakening, you begin to shed. First, the distractions, the endless scrolling, the shallow conversations, the people who only knew a version of you that needed their approval. Then come the shifts in energy. The silence that once felt like loneliness becomes a sanctuary, and the solitude you feared becomes your power source. You stop chasing noise and start listening to the whispers within. The old version of you begins to dissolve, not because it was bad, but because it was never whole. The friendships that once fit no longer feel aligned, and instead, you attract souls who see you without the mask, those who have walked the fire and recognize the spark in your eyes. Spiritual awakening demands a level of honesty that makes most people uncomfortable because it asks you to face the parts of yourself you've denied for years. But it is in that reckoning that you reclaim your power. Detachment becomes your sword. Silence becomes your guide, and stillness becomes your teacher. You no longer need to explain your energy. You embody it. This transformation doesn't make life easier. It makes you stronger. You begin to realize that intelligence is not about knowing more, but about seeing deeper. Spiritual wisdom isn't found in books alone. It's carved through experience, shadow work, intuition, and surrender. The third eye isn't just a mystical idea. It's the lens of the soul that sees beyond duality. When you awaken it, you're not just accessing vision, you're accessing truth. This truth strips away the ego, peels back the persona, and leaves only what is real. You begin to live intentionally. You speak less, but say more. You walk away quicker, not out of bitterness, but because your energy has become too sacred for chaos. Your presence shifts rooms, not because you seek attention, but because you radiate alignment. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious holds the key to our transformation. And once that key turns, your life can never return to autopilot. You've seen behind the veil. And once you see, you cannot unsee. You either evolve or stay behind. But those who choose to walk this path will realize that the awakening of the third eye isn't the end of the journey. It's the beginning of becoming who you truly are. 7. Permanent awakening and responsibility. Once the third eye opens, it never shuts again. And that's both the beauty and the burden of spiritual awakening. It is not a temporary insight or a fleeting mystical state. It is a permanent shift in consciousness, a continuous awareness that reshapes everything you know about reality. Suddenly, life is no longer something that happens to you. It becomes something that responds to you. Every interaction, every moment, every mirror reflects your internal state. The energy you carry becomes the blueprint for the world around you. And this isn't metaphorical. It's deeply psychological and vibrational. Carl Jung, who laid the foundation for so much of what we now call inner work, spoke about the unconscious mind as the true driver of our lives. To awaken the third eye is to make that unconscious conscious, to begin living from the truth of who you are rather than the conditioned identity you were told to be. It's not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been beneath the noise, beneath the expectations, beneath the armor you built to survive a world that didn't yet see you. This awakening strips away illusion with surgical precision. You can no longer lie to yourself. You begin to see through manipulation, projection, and ego games, not just in others, but in yourself. And that's where the real responsibility begins. Because once you see, you are accountable. You're no longer allowed to play small, to pretend, to project blame onto others. Your spiritual awakening demands emotional maturity, radical honesty, and total alignment. This is not about supernatural powers or secret knowledge. It's about the quiet power of being fully present, fully real, and fully alive. You don't have to preach or prove anything to anyone. Your presence becomes your message. Your energy does the talking. You become a living mirror that reflects back truth to everyone you meet, not by force, but by simply being. In a world addicted to noise, your silence becomes loud. In a culture obsessed with image, your authenticity becomes magnetic. This path is not glamorous. It's not for performance. It's raw, humbling, and sometimes deeply uncomfortable. But it's also liberating. Because once the third eye opens, you can no longer be manipulated by false narratives, including your own. You begin to see how your thoughts shape your reality, how your fears attract lessons, and how your unresolved wounds call in mirrors to help you heal. This is the level of spiritual intelligence that Jung hinted at the power of self-awareness, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. You don't ascend out of life. You descend into the truth of it. Every challenge becomes a doorway to deeper knowing. Every heartbreak becomes an invitation to integrate the parts of you still waiting to be seen. And in this integration, you become whole, not perfect, but whole. Your light is no longer an idea. It becomes embodied. And you realize that the most revolutionary thing you can do in this world is to be exactly who you are without apology, without disguise, without shrinking. So when people ask what happens when the third eye opens, the answer is this: you stop pretending. You start living from the truth. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop waiting for permission and begin choosing presence. And in doing so, you become the kind of person who doesn't need to convince anyone of anything, because your energy speaks louder than words ever could. This is spirituality. This is awakening. This is what it means to be truly alive. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom if this awakens something within you. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss content that deepens your spiritual awakening. Type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life," if you're ready to align your responsibility with lasting abundance. And there you have it, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye, as seen through the lens of Carl Jung. This isn't just spiritual theory. It's a call to look deeper within yourself, to trust the inner eye that sees beyond illusions. If today's video opened your mind or stirred something within, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and spread this wisdom with others on the path. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an awakening insight. Your journey to higher consciousness is just beginning, and we're honored to walk it with you. What did this video awaken in you? Let us know in the comments below. See you in the next one.